Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another Canadian Weather live stream. Today has been a day of waiting, and when we saw the smoke coming through on satellite last night, there were concerns, obviously, whether the predictions would happen with models, and they don't resolve the smoke very well usually, and that's exactly what happened today. So a lot of people for Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, and Southern Quebec, we were expecting a lot of storms today. There was a lot of potential there, but every time I've seen smoke, whether it's been storm chasing or doing any kind of radar coverage, smoke always wins. It basically enhances the cap and creates a blanket essentially, and so storms can't get organized. So I'm going to show you guys, we're going to talk about a few things. Our coverage will be mostly for Alberta now because we're switching to the Alberta side of things. There are a few storms coming off the foothills near Edmonton. They have a tornado watch out there and a severe thunderstorm watch, so we will be most likely covering that. There's only one storm really. Let me share it here. That is Edmonton. We're going to take a quick look at that, but we have one storm here by Ontario and Quebec, and this is the only story at this point. I'll show you what direction it's coming from, and essentially just moving along here, and then kind of expanding out a little bit. It is severe warned on both sides of the river right now, and that is heading through the west side of Montreal, then southern Quebec, far eastern Ontario, and then into the US. So not a whole lot going on here on this side of things. We still do have Connor out there chasing. He's got a love-hate relationship with storm chasing in Quebec, so he is still out on the road, and I'll try and answer some questions and stuff like that. But that is what is currently going on. The severe thunderstorm warning for Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. You're going to see that in Ontario, the storm will miss probably more than half of that severe warning. Let's just take a look here. I'm going to move this down, and we'll cover that first. So everybody in front of the storms who, you know, had potential for bad storms today definitely fared out fairly well. Storms did happen early morning. I've been up since 6 a.m. waiting to come online here, and there were some thunderstorms earlier on through Quebec City towards the St. Lawrence Seaway, that kind of stuff, but it definitely didn't perform the way things were expected, and I'll show you exactly why. This is going to be a satellite loop of the smoke, and it's very evident if you look back to the northwest where Thunder Bay is. All that gray smoke feeding into them is from forest fires, and they ignited yesterday. Well, they actually got enhanced yesterday with winds coming through, and it started about noon. So again, right now, this is why everything, you can see that smoke pushing into southern Quebec, western Quebec, eastern Ontario, and then obviously into the US. So this smoke is making it pretty gross outside, especially with the heat, hard to breathe. So we did put a post up that, you know, good news is the smoke is here, but bad news is the smoke is here. Good news was that it would keep storms from going crazy with the high potential that was there. And then bad news is that you're losing visibility, breathing issues, and all that kind of stuff associated with the smell of smoke and so on. So let's jump right into a few other things here. I just noticed on our Canadian Weather Live reports, we just got some footage of forest fires. This is from Canadian Weather Live reports. This is what they're dealing with up there, folks. So definitely could be a lot worse for us. That is a serious fire happening up in that area, and just not something that I envy or would want to be involved in. But here's another shot from Canadian Weather Live reports. So it's definitely a bad situation up there. So hopefully hopefully they can get it under control. But that is what changed the outcome of today's storms. And again, the severe storm coming through into Ontario, I'm just going to read the warning here. They're saying severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong winds and quarter-size hail. And they're just saying moving southeast at 85 kilometers an hour. So this thing's just going to blast through the area. And that's basically what they're talking about. So Lefebvre, Facet, Plantagenet, Alfred, L'Orignal, Hawkesbury, St. Isidore, Vankleek-Hill, Voyageur, Provincial Park, and St. Eugene. So it's going to get windy and rainy. You maybe small hail in that, but that would be the extent of it. So it's not it's still a severe storm, but it's not terrible how it could have been. And I've got a camera out there so we can actually take a look at something as well. Let me see if I can bring it up as this camera comes over the river, because one of the things I've been seeing on all our cameras, and this is why. So let me share it up here. This is one of our weather cams. So you can see that this is at Lefebvre, which is right across from Montebello, and you can see all the smoke in the air. So it is raining there, but it's drawing all that smoke with it, and that is exactly what has caused the issue today in our region. And again, good news if you were in front of bad storms. If you're a storm enthusiast or a weather enthusiast, it wasn't good news for us, but that's the trade-offs of weather, the way things go. So again, most of Montreal and up to Quebec, there's nothing really going on. These are concerning storms. We will monitor this, but we are focusing on Alberta at this point, and these storms here I will keep an eye on. I don't expect much just with the way today has unfolded, and that's why we put that post up earlier on our page. It would have been maybe late morning, I think we put that up, just speaking about the smoke and that it probably had a chance of keeping storms from even happening. So that's what has unfolded this evening. So I know I'm going to get a lot of questions. Smoking kills even storms. Yes, Jason, definitely. So I'm just going to look at what we have going on here around Edmonton. This is on north of Calgary. We have a tornado watch out, and we have a severe thunderstorm watch. The original tornado watch was just on the west side of Edmonton, and you can kind of see the shape of it. They've pulled that out, just saying conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms, which may produce tornadoes, strong winds, large hail, and heavy rain. Thunderstorms that develop this evening have the potential to produce a tornado. These thunderstorms will move east towards central Alberta through the evening. We are currently, our clock is set to Alberta time, so we are 5:25 p.m. Alberta time and Saskatchewan. And right now we're watching two storms that have kind of come off the foothills west of Edmonton, but they did extend the tornado watch to the foothills. So the area, let me highlight it for you folks. This area here just got extended out. I'm just obviously doing a rough drawing here. That was added probably in the last, I can tell you exactly how long ago it was added. I believe it will say 15 minutes ago. So again, same wording, thunderstorms that develop this evening will have the potential to produce a tornado. These storms will move east towards central Alberta. So same wording as the previous one. They just expanded the coverage area for the tornado watch. We currently have a storm west of Rocky Mountain House. Looks to have some decently sized hail on it. It even has a TBSS. Thank you very much for the donation. Glad that things did not unfold the way they did today, but really appreciate the donation. Goes a long way towards helping us expand the platform. So back to this storm, TBSS, which is a 3-body scatter strike, usually indicative of large hail and of a lot of hail. Again, this is right around Rocky Mountain House, and I'll show you how this has come off the foothills. They are moving due east, essentially. At this point, once they clear the foothills, they kind of turn right. And we are watching these storms. They are very slow movers, about 20 kilometers an hour. And we have another one south of Edson on Highway 16. Same essential thing. It has come off the foothills and sort of turned a little bit right, and maybe not as much as the one to the south, but we are monitoring these for rotation, just for the sheer fact that we have a tornado watch out there. Parameters are conducive to that. You will see the live stream from Connor on above me. That is in Western Quebec, Eastern Ontario. He's been sitting out there all day with a bunch of chasers, actually, and everybody chasing storms definitely was done in by the smoke. And unfortunately, that's the reality of smoke chases. I've never been successful with them on many occasions, as I mentioned. So when you see smoke and then you have kind of a severe day on tap, generally speaking, I'm sure it can happen, but the storms tend to not be able to get to the severe potential that they possibly would have. So what else? So just getting a comment here. I'm in Rocky Mountain House and things are windy and clouds are rolling in, and that would be this little bean that's kind of marching eastward your way. It does have some hail on it. The severe thunderstorm warning on this is calling for max being loony to ping pong ball sized hail. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what's happening, but I would say there's a decent amount of significant hail on this currently as it comes off those foothills, and so we will watch it walk slowly eastward. Same with the storm to the north. That's the only two storms really going on right now around Edmonton area, around Alberta. I'm just going to take a look around. We're not expecting anything else really in that area, so it's a very concentrated portion of Alberta where our severe weather will be. Edmonton, we did cover several storms going through there over the last probably 5 days. We had two decently significant storms that caused flooding, hail, some wind damage, all that kind of stuff. So again, on the table today, possibly a tornado, and that's what we're going to walk you guys through. These are slow movers, so I'm going to have a lot of time to hopefully get into the chat and be able to answer you guys as much as possible. So Kenzie saying, I'm in Smith Falls. Environment Canada sent out a thunderstorm warning, but I don't see anything on radar. And yes, again, Eastern Ontario, we have very little that is ongoing there. Just give me a sec here. I'm getting some beeps in my ear and I'm not sure where they're coming from, so I'm just trying to figure that part out. But bear with me for 1 second. I recognize the sound, I just don't know where it is. So again, Eastern Ontario, we do have some storms, but they are non-severe, and these were put out based on the parameters that were there. So again, there was lots of potential for severe weather, lots of CAPE. So values were there in terms of the parameters that we look at for severe. And the smoke is what killed it off or prevented it from happening. So again, I suspect we won't see anything as far as severe is concerned. I'll switch over. There's one more kind of cluster of storms here up by Greater Sudbury, over near West Nipissing, between North Bay and Sudbury, basically. And they are kind of sliding southeast, so they will cross the lake and then cross Highway 11. And once they get through Highway 11, they'll go through Algonquin Park. Right now, they are non-severe thunderstorms, so heavy rain, obviously some lightning and some wind associated with it, but the wind velocities do not look bad on this right now, so that is the good news. And this is kind of a pretty heavy smoked in area just based on what we were showing you guys off satellite. So again, Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, you guys are in a good place. Even New Brunswick had a tornado watch. I don't don't think they put the watch out, but they had the possibility on the outlook. And we have a few storms just north of New Brunswick, but again, non-severe thunderstorms at this point. And again, lots of it to do with the smoke aspects. So that is good news for most of the people, you know, asking about Eastern Ontario and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to switch back over to our storms out west, and again tackling the stuff that happens with those storms out there, because they are just getting going. It's only 5:30 p.m. out there versus 7:30 p.m. Here in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. So that is going to be the focus for this stream. We will update if this storm requires it in Eastern Ontario or any other ones. Right now, just getting a little bit of rain in Saint Eustache, Lachute, Grenville, Hawkesbury. I don't know if Marie Rochon's in here. Her storm shield is not working today, so getting some thunderstorms rolling, but it is moving very fast. Again, 85 kilometers an hour. So that will blow through there very quickly. And obviously our area of concentration, or what we're paying attention to, would be these two storms that are currently ongoing. There's definitely some rotation on them, and again, rotation is normal with thunderstorms or supercells to a certain extent. It's a question of where it's rotating, how much it's rotating, and how tightly it's rotating. Those are always the things that we kind of look at, not just because there's reds and greens together. So we just you know, want to cover all the bases. But right now, quite a bit of hail in this by Rocky Mountain House. We are reading fairly high, so this scan is almost 3 kilometers in the sky, so people understand that that is very high in the atmosphere. So as the hail falls, obviously will melt, but I would, you know, suspect that you're probably getting at this point maybe ping pong ball sized hail or smaller at this point out of that storm. And we are 5:29 p.m., so 4 minutes into our 8-minute cycle before we get our data. So anybody who's new, that's how long it takes between scans when we first get them to when the next one comes in. So we do have some time. So Jennifer asking if these storms are heading to Saskatchewan. No, there's nothing severe on the table for Saskatchewan at this point, so you are good there. What else have we got here? Yeah, slow movers are definitely going to add to the flash flood side of things. Oh, I'm just getting a chat here. Okay, I was going to say, if somebody's putting in fake information, we have no confirmation of any tornado in Spruce Grove. And that's one of the things, that's the quickest way to get booted from the channel. So definitely don't want to see anything about tornadoes if we don't have them. If you do have information on a tornado, please share it with us where we can find it. But obviously, you know, it doesn't help scaring anybody as far as tornadoes are concerned that aren't actually happening. So yeah. Yeah, okay. So I just got seeing my moderator chat there. They're just talking about somebody that was in there. So yeah, we don't accept that. I mean, if you have a credible report of a tornado, it happens many times on our stream where we don't see the velocity scan because, again, radar, it only doesn't see the bottom 1 kilometer of a storm roughly, so it's blind there. So if a tornado is happening, send us a photo at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com of a video. We try to monitor that closely. That's the best way to get it out to us. But we've had it happen where us as a platform didn't know about a tornado, nor did Environment Canada. We get a photo sent in, we verify it as best as we can, and then obviously if we can confirm what it is, hey, we've got a tornado on the ground and we're going to let people know that. Obviously the main goal here is putting out the information as accurately as possible without you know, putting up something that's absolute nonsense. So anyways, what else have I got here? thank you very much. I have to say, compared to other streams, I love how you don't overhype anything and just tell it like it is with people's storm anxieties. It's really helpful, so thank you. And that's exactly why we started this platform, because so many of the platforms out there will hype stuff up and it's doomsday scenario every 5 minutes with weather. So that's not what we're about, and I'm glad it's, you know, coming through that way. So getting questions whether Edmonton's going to get hit. Right now, Edmonton is in a severe thunderstorm watch and on the very edge of a tornado watch. So there's a chance that severe weather will head in Edmonton. Right now, these storms are extremely slow moving. I'm going to show you what the last 3 hours look like. And you can see that it has barely covered any ground. So they are extremely slow movers. To tell you whether they're going to go into Edmonton, the one obviously just southwest of Edmonton could possibly get there if it sustains and if it doesn't deviates its course. So it's definitely a possibility. You need to stay weather aware if you are anywhere near these yellow boxes or anywhere near the red box. And if you do get a warning, take it seriously. We are here to walk people through them. They do have the 2 storms off the foothills severe warned for hail, I believe. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up here. So yeah, they're wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball size hail, and heavy rain, I believe, on both of these. Yeah, exact same thing. So, and those are the max values. Like loony to ping pong ball does not mean it's doing that the entire time. That's just what the possibilities are. So just so that everybody's clear on that. But we will be watching these moving very slowly. Again, both of them have what we call a TBSS on there, which is the little spike. Give me 1 second. Right down here, there's a spike off the radar, and then there's another one on the storm to the north. Those again indicate lots of hail and could be sizable hail. But if you line up those spikes, they come right back to the radar, which is this little green pill west of Edmonton, and you can line a direct line on it. And so that's one of the tricks when people, you know, whether it's Environment Canada, us as chasers, we see those TBSSs, and it kind of gives us a little heads up that there's some significant hail ongoing in that storm. So just another trick of the trade. Right now, not a ton of lightning. There is lightning on these storms. It's kind of around the storm itself, not throwing it very far out, which is another thing I talk about. When you get these really strong storms, they'll throw lightning bolts way out in front of them. So that's another hint, hey, I need to pay attention to this storm. So right now it's just very slow moving, not a lot going on. So that's basically where we're at. I will swing quickly back to Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, just to look what's going on. And again, west side of Montreal, just getting regular showers, folks. This is nothing to be concerned about. The red will be more heavy rain showers, kind of a downpour. But once you're into the orange, lighter orange down to yellow, green, and blue, that's on the lower end of the precipitation scale. I'm just going to take a look at winds. I don't expect anything too strong in here. And there may be a little bit of outflow ahead of this storm here by Glen Sandfield. You see a few brighter pixels in there, so that may be just a bit of outflow from that storm. They don't look strong in the grand scheme of things. So that's what we've got. Again, barely meeting a severe component or threshold, but they're borderline. So let's just take a look at our storm coming down from North Bay. We have another one. It hasn't moved a whole lot, actually. I'm just saying at 5:35 where this is going. Yeah, I mean, it's spread out a little bit, but it's over the lake up there, so Lake Nipissing, so it should continue on. It's picking up a little bit of moisture on there, and we have a little cluster here that popped in the park just south east of Mattawa. No lightning on. Wow, there's one lightning bolt. Just as I was saying that, there was a lightning bolt that happened, so very minor thunderstorm at this point. So, and we'll switch back to Alberta area, and we're just going to watch that as these storms kind of cycle through the region. And this is literally almost 3 hours of radar footage. and or scans, whatever you want to call it, and you can see they haven't done very much. So we are monitoring them. We also have one of our friends out there chasing. If I'm monitoring his social media, we normally have more chasers. We had 3 today in the Ontario and Quebec area, and just with storms not happening, obviously we didn't jump on stream. And as you guys know, we don't come on here just to tell you it's raining. The whole idea is that we're going to walk you through severe weather at this point. So Maria, thank you for jumping in. Just saw you in the chat there. Always good to see people in the chat. What else have we got here? Yeah, good comment here. Obviously, if the cells go through Edmonton tonight, please don't park underneath overpasses. You'll become overwhelmed by water and you will get rear-ended. You're also hindering first responders from going through. Blocking highways with your car is an extremely selfish move, and I will die on that hill if it. I don't care who I upset with that. I've seen it a million times with storm chasing, people blocking roads and first responders can't get in to help people impacted by severe weather. So, you know, you leave everybody else out to dry and then you hinder what the response can be. So definitely not a fan of that move at all. So, Jackie asking about the severity of evening storms for Ottawa. Again, I don't expect much at all. I'm just, the smoke has been hindering it. I will show you why. And again, it acts like a blanket. So I'm going to show you one of our weather cams. This is literally outside my studio. You can see the sunset, and I was able to stare at the sun today without my eyes hurting because there's that much smoke in the atmosphere. So not expecting anything very strong or severe this evening for Eastern Ontario folks. So anybody with, you know, that's obviously anxious in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, we are on the very bottom end of the scale compared to what the potential was. So just keep that in mind. So it's good news for those people that were out, you know, out in front of these storms and didn't want to, you know, deal with them. So definitely good news in that regards, that we're not dealing with any kind of high-end parameters and that a high-end event. The parameters were there, that's for sure. And, you know, I assume Environment Canada put those severe thunderstorm warnings out there from an abundance of caution, just for the sheer fact that those parameters were there, even with the smoke. If something kind of got through and managed to, you know, get established, then, you know, then you could have a problem. But right now, again, all we're seeing is very minor storms at this point, nothing crazy like we've had in the past. So always good news. So what else? I've got a question about could a squall line or a QLCS happen? Not if we're talking Alberta, definitely. I don't think that's on the table. Even Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, none of that is on the table. Those, again, tend to be, you know, a little higher event where the storms can, you know, breathe easily. And right now they are struggling, especially, you know, when we're talking Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, the smoke is just causing them to not be able to do anything. So what else? Question, Brianna asking about Cornwall. Get anything? Nothing dangerous again in that area. The whole entire area looks good. We've just got one little storm that was going through Montreal. It's over Saint Eugene, Rigaud, Hudson, but this is a regular storm. There's barely any lightning on this. Not a lot of precipitation, folks. So this is just a summer thunderstorm with obviously a little bit of lightning and possibly the smallest hail, pea-sized or anything like that. But right now, not expecting anything too crazy in the area. Just, again, parameters won't allow it. And if you look at Connor Stream, he's out there. All that gross haziness and yellow and orange kind of haze is just to do with all the smoke, and they have not, they've been out there all day. It's still 29 degrees Celsius where he's at in Saint Martin, Quebec, and it hasn't, storms just can't get established. That's basically what it boils down to. So again, everybody in this region, Ontario, Quebec, you guys are good. Storms just cannot get organized. You know, there are some pop-ups, but they aren't on the high end of severe, but we will monitor it. And if something starts going where it gets strong, we will walk you through it and let you know exactly where you need to worry about it or if you don't need to worry about it. That's the whole concept of how we try and do things here. So let me switch back. That thing is just parked kind of southwest or west of Rocky Mountain House. Hail color has gone down slightly, but still significantly big enough hail that there's a TBSS on this storm. So again, it's just marching off. You can see that right here if I play the radar back and forth. It is just going due east. Lightning has definitely picked up on it somewhat, and it is marching very slowly. I want to say it was 20 kilometers an hour, so not quick at all. Let's take a look at our velocity scans. Like I said, rotation in these storms right now hasn't gotten to a point where it's super concerning, but we have our eyes on it. Let's put it that way. Especially with that tornado watch out there, those are kind of you have to take the background, parameters into account when you're looking at this stuff. And sometimes things can spin up fairly quickly. But right now we look to have just heavy rain with that bright pink area. You're probably a ping pong ball or smaller hail in these storms as they're moving. These will be, as somebody commented, I think it was Sean maybe, that commented that obviously when they move this slowly with a heavy downpour, you're going to have flooding or overland flooding issues with these storms. And that's the biggest thing that right now is just the larger hail and the flooding aspect of it. That's the biggest threat if they don't spin too quickly. So that, and again, Edmonton had the wettest June on record, I believe, since records started. So another saturated area out west, prairies, we've been watching Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, all having a ton of rain. So when these storms park themselves and just start dumping the core of the storm, it obviously floods really quickly. So what else? What's going on here? We're getting a lot of questions about a tornado. I hope there's not. I mean, again, there's other platforms that might do that. We are not talking about any tornado. I don't see anything. I'm monitoring, like I said, quite a bit of social media as much as I can. Just looking here. So we've got Braden Morrisseau on the storm that is supercell west of Lodgepole, Alberta. Let me bring this up so I can show you guys what it looks like. It doesn't look super organized right now. I'm going to share his video. So again, this is from Braden Morrisseau on the storm. So this is the video from him out front of it. And I can only assume that there's been I'm trying to figure out why there's no leaves on the trees there in July, but there's a lot of bugs in that video that I can see. I don't think it'll come through on the stream, but again, from Braden Morrisseau, he's one of our good friends to the stream and always giving out information with us. So supercell west of Lodgepole, Alberta, and he says continues to strengthen. So he is monitoring it. And Braden has a way of finding his way to the worst of the worst for severe. I call him the tornado whisperer. So I do monitor his socials. We're really good friends. So again, thanks to Braden for sharing that or letting us share that. If you guys are on X, definitely check out Braden Morrisseau on X and Facebook. So he's a really good resource, a really smart chaser too. So what else do we have here? Yeah, that's probably accurate, that the hail is most likely going to kind of go south of Rocky Mountain House. The problem with hail sometimes is you get rogue hailstones that, because they're getting lofted so high into the thunderstorm, that they sometimes come flying out in different spots. But for the most part, the core of it should stay south of Rocky Mountain House, but you will get a ton of rain going through in there. So question for any tornado risk for Montreal. No, they had a tornado watch out and they canceled that hours ago. There is nothing going on in Western Quebec and Eastern Ontario right now that's of any concern for anything high-end severe. Everything is just borderline if it meets those severe components. So we do have one storm on the west side of Montreal that is just throwing a little bit of rain, I should say, not a bunch of rain. And then along the river to the northwest, so the Ottawa River crossing there, it just went through Hawkesbury. That was a little bit heavier precipitation, but that's basically it at that point. There may have been pea-sized hail in a very small part of that storm, but that's essentially it. So definitely nowhere near what we were expecting again. And I know we're going to get that question a lot, so I'll try and answer it as much as I could. Okay, cool. What else? Yeah, guys, no tornadoes. Like, I don't know where this is all coming from, but there are no tornadoes. Nothing is tornado warned by Environment Canada. I don't see anything on social media at this time. Doesn't mean I've got every, thing covered for social media, but there are no tornadoes, folks, in Alberta, and absolutely nothing happening again, Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. So just to be clear when we're talking about this kind of stuff. So, what else? So I have, I'm going to take a look to see, we have another weather cam here in Eastern Ontario. I'm going to see if I can spot those storms coming in from further northwest of Ottawa. That are coming through Algonquin Park and that, but it'll be probably, yeah, visibility is going to be tough. So this is our Pembroke weather cam that we have installed, and this, you can see the sun trying to set back there, and you're seeing some updrafts from the storms that are way north, but these don't look bad at all at this time, and on radar they do not look bad as well. So again, far less concerned about what's going on in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. Compared to what could have been today. So that's the good news for everybody that's tuning in, and we're now just dealing with the stuff on the west side. West side, the west side of Canada, I guess. But yes, we're just watching storms in Alberta, because we do have that higher end severe potential coming off the Rockies, and we're going to see Connor's actually just monitoring a few things as well. If there's any storms that do crazy and he's around, he'll definitely give us an update on that. Watching the storm down by Rocky Mountain House, still got quite a bit of intensity on it. So we even have a pixel of purple. So definitely ping pong ball is on kind of on the table as a possibility for size of hail. So I always kind of give the worst case scenario and smaller. So but based on radar reflectivity, the TBSS on there, and just the history of that area, I think that that's definitely possible. So okay. Canada today saying Southwest Ontario really benefit for some rain. It's boiling here, feels like 38, and it's almost 8 p.m. And that's, yes, I can feel your pain there. I do not do well with heat like that. There are possibilities maybe for some showers in far Southwest Ontario tomorrow, but it's still kind of, the problem is all that smoke, and it made it kind of down there, not as heavy as it is in Eastern Ontario, but any smoke will kind of change the outcome of what storms can do, or will do, I should say. So we'll have to see tomorrow morning, and if there is potential for severe, we will put out an outlook on our Facebook page. So thank you, Keisha Girl, thank you very much for the donation. Watching Twister as a kid has scarred me for life. I'm scared of thunderstorms now. Your channel has given me so much peace. Thank you for all you do. Oh God, that makes me feel so good. And that's why Connor and I work so hard at it, along with our moderators. We all have that same kind of belief that we're here to kind of turn the volume down. I have a different perspective on Twister, the movie, because I've been a weather nut my whole life. So I've probably seen that stupid movie 100 times. But obviously from a different perspective, I didn't get scared by storms. And you'd be surprised how many storm chasers I know that as kids were completely terrified of storms and then, you know, got into it to figure it out and now are storm chasers. Like Reed Timmer actually was scared of storms as a child. So you just never know what somebody's gone through. But we're here to kind of help you guys understand what level you need to worry about when it comes to storms. So again, we still have this little hailer sitting out here. This is right over Wolf Lake. It looks like this one would probably be toonie sized hail, maybe you know, a little bit bigger than that, but that's roughly the max size I would say out of it. And you can see it has not moved very far east from south of Edson, because that's where it started when we were on stream. We've been here for about 40 minutes, just kind of going through things. So what else? Questions about red deer. How is red deer looking? Red deer is, you know, if the storm keeps moving eastward, obviously it's going to head towards red deer. It's doing it at a very slow pace, a walking pace. I don't know if it will sustain all the way to red deer. It could, so we'll have to monitor it. Right now, they haven't really grown in intensity too much. They basically got to a certain point and have sustained. So as it came off the foothills, you can see the pinks getting bright in there, and they've kind of sustained for the last 30 to 40 minutes roughly at the same kind of level. So we'll see if that continues to be the case as it gets off the foothills. What I find, I've chased Alberta many times in my storm chasing career, and a lot of storms, high percentage of them come off the foothills and die off. Obviously there's a bunch that sustain, but a good percentage of them actually just die off. However, the parameters are good today, and that's why we're seeing these watches out for again, severe watches and a severe watch and a tornado watch. So one of the things I want to explain, I always try and do it on at least every stream. When you're in a watch, that is your heads up that there's potential for bad weather today. We start now comparing it to tacos. We call them taco watches and taco warnings. So if you get a taco watch, that's the equivalent of all your ingredients being on the counter in the kitchen, ready to make some tacos. If you have a warning, that is the taco has arrived at your seat at the table and all the ingredients are in the taco, meaning that the potential is there, whether you're talking severe or whether you're talking tornado. So that's the kind of the analogy that we use. So when you are in watches, that's your heads up. Hey, today I need to pay attention. And if I do get a warning, you need to take it seriously. If you're not watching the live stream, you obviously need to take it like, you know, worst case scenario, have your action plan in place ahead of time. Trying to figure it out once you get the warning is too late. So always know what your action plan should be. If it's a tornado, you want to be in the basement if possible. If you don't have that as an option, then in an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do recommend a bathtub for a little bit extra protection, and then a small mattress or something to protect you in the worst case scenario if debris starts flying around. That's your tornado protection plan. You should have shoes on. If you have some kind of helmet, sports helmet, you know, if you ride bike helmet, skateboard, rollerblading, whatever it is, it'll give you a little bit of extra protection too, if that's an option that you have. But those are kind of the things that you have to have in the back of your head when you're in a watch, that you need to be prepared to pull the trigger very quickly if the worst case scenario happens. So what else have we got here? So Michael saying the real question, Twister or Twisters? I watched Twisters once and I'll never watch it again. it was just turned into a complete Hollywood circus. I always tell people, if you think you can do what they do in that movie by driving through a farmer's field in Texas or Oklahoma, you'll never be heard from again. They don't call anybody, they just make you disappear, kind of thing. So anyways, just, yeah, it was way too far-fetched for me. So okay, what else have we got going here? So the WeatherWise app will give you notifications if you have it on your phone, and it will automatically, if you share your location in the app, it will give you a warning to say that you are in a severe watch, severe warning, tornado watch, tornado warning. It'll give you all that. Another app that's good for it is the WeatherCan app. I recommend that one. I use it personally, and I can track all the warnings that way throughout, because I list multiple cities, but that's just because of what I do. So you can put your city and it will tell you, and it'll give you a warning as well. So Ottawa region, getting a question mark here. Everything is good again in Ottawa. There's not much to worry about back there. There may be the odd storm that happens in the region, but again, barely severe if it does happen. And I'm just going to switch to Montreal so we can quickly update on those storms. You can see these are dying off, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So if you're new, the red colors are definitely the heaviest of precipitation before you get into hail with those pinks and purples. So you can see how red the storm was, and as it's been moving through, it's breaking up. There's more yellow, more orange, and now we have absolutely essentially no red to speak of. There's a little bit in there, but you're losing that core of the storm, and it's just kind of coming apart. So these are going to essentially be just rainmakers. Would not meet severe threshold at this point. And I'm just going to look at the winds in there. Winds are not terrible, moderate in some areas by L'Ange Gardien and some other areas like that for this storm. But these are just rainmakers with lightning, and they are slowly dying as they move southeast. We will monitor these storms around the North Bay area. There's more and more of them popping here or initiating. But right now, those are non-severe thunderstorms, so just a regular thunderstorm. There isn't a ton of wind in them. I will watch them from multiple radars, and we'll continue to watch that. These are moving southeast at this time, just so that everybody knows. So you can see that they popped around or initiated around the Sudbury area, and they're slowly moving southeast. The other good thing about the Eastern Ontario area is we are getting close to dark. And in Canada, when we get close to dark and the sun sets, we lose diurnal heating. And that's actually one of the factors with smoke. It limits that diurnal heating, which then doesn't allow the atmosphere to be destabilized as much. And so they lose their energy. So after dark, you will see that storms will generally, on average, start to weaken off after dark. If it's a monster storm that's already ongoing, then it takes far more for it to kind of weaken. Whereas, little thunderstorms like this, they will die off much quicker. So again, we'll watch that. They just severe warned the storms around North Bay and Lake Nipissing. So I'm just going to read Environment Canada tracking severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts, quarter size hail up to, meaning that's the max value, and heavy rain. And again, these are just moving southeast from North Bay, southeast of Mattawa, going through Algonquin Park. Obviously, if you're in the park, you're going to get rained on. The winds should not be too bad in that. So let me swing back out to Alberta and try and get update out there as well. Let me just take a look here, and I'm going to continue monitoring a few of these social media accounts. Okay, so another video here from Braden Moore, so I'm going to share it. And you can follow it on our X. I always try and repost these as well. Braden's generous, obviously, enough to share them with us. So let me pull this up, and you guys can get a view of the Lodgepole storm. Let me bring it up here. So this is the storm in Alberta near Lodgepole, and you can see the footage to the west. A little bit elevated, so still maybe has a little bit of organizing to go on, and Braden pointing out that it's just going through a merger. So that does take the storm a little bit of time to get organized. And that would be, I'm assuming, Lodgepole. He's referring to Lodgepole. I'm going to check if our software will find it. A lot of times it did actually. It doesn't find it because not everywhere, but so the closest locality or the storm that we're looking at is this one here south of Highway 16, kind of southeast of Edson or northwest of Lodgepole, or even better, west of Drayton Valley on 22. That's the storm that we're looking at. And you can see it's got a bit of an elongated look to it. So that's that merger that's going on. Whereas the storm by Rocky Mountain House is a little, I call them beans. They just look like little beans. And that is a more kind of organized storm on its own, and we'll see what it's doing, but they are not moving quickly at all. You can see here, so it came off the hills roughly at 5 p.m. your time, so an hour ago. Keisha Girl, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. So you can see that right here, that over the last hour, it has barely moved. And so at this pace, it'll take for the hail to end up south of Rocky Mountain House at least another hour. So these are very, very slow movers tonight, which is good news. The worst is when you have really strong storms that are moving at 90 kilometers an hour, because they just, they plow the road, essentially, is the way I describe it. So what else? I'm just going to jump into some more questions. Verabros, thank you for stopping in. I see that you were here for a bit. Thanks for jumping into the chat as always. I know you're up near Dauphin, Manitoba, I believe. Nothing really severe on the table for Manitoba right now, so you're good to go there. This is a great one as well, and this is why I love the weather community that we've built. We always get really good comments. We try and cover as much as we can, but there's always more. Reminder for those who have pets, keep your carriers nearby. Be prepared to have pack up and take them with you if you have the time to. Absolutely great, great comment there and suggestions. So White Lake area, Sandra asking right now, that's Eastern Ontario. There's nothing concerning out in Eastern Ontario. Again, we do have some storms that are over Lake Nipissing and going through Algonquin Park. They are for the most part non-severe. Some of them have been severe warned, but they are on the lower end of the threshold of things. So that is good news for that. So what else? Oh crap, that's not what the thing. That's okay to get that one up there. That wasn't the comment I was trying to click on. They're just jumping too quickly. What is all the blue noise surrounding Edmonton? So that is moisture in the air, and you can see there are some boundaries out there, and I'll highlight them for you on radar. There's a boundary that's sitting here with that green highlight. So that's an example of a boundary. So if I play the radar, you can see this as I move, and I'll go full screen so it's a little bit easier to see, but you'll notice you'll pick up on some boundaries in there that are kind of flowing with it. So it's just moisture in the air and the environment that they're in that the radar is picking up. So it's just on the very low end, because when you get into the blues and the greens, that's the very bottom end of reflectivity. So the radar is reflecting off of that and giving a return. So Sandra, appreciate the donation of the 200 stars. Thank you very much for that. And so hopefully that answers your question. It's just to do with reflectivity, the radar just getting a reflection off the environment or the atmosphere. And again, most of the time it's moisture. We do watch for boundaries when it comes to severe weather, because they can be an enhanced area of a little bit of extra moisture or vorticity. So sometimes they can cause storms to go a little cuckoo. For Cocoa Puffs, as I like to say it. So anyways, let me see what other comments we've got here. Yeah, Thunder in North Bay. Yes, you definitely have some storms out there that we were just looking at, and I know some of the comments are a little older just before I can catch up to them. So again, a little bit they did severe warn it, so it is picking up a little bit of intensity in terms of rain and wind and lightning, but it again is on the bottom end of the scale as far as intensity for severe weather. So getting a question about Sylvan Lake, so let me just take a look at that. I was going to say, I don't think I mean, you're between Red Deer and this storm at Rocky Mountain House, so it is a possibility that it gets there, but it's the only game in town right now is the one storm. But it has taken forever to travel at the speed that it has. And I'll tell you, from Sylvan Lake right now, you are 66 kilometers away. Actually, you're more than that. I should have let me reset that. From the core of the storm, you're 75 kilometers away, just to give you an idea. If it's moving 20 kilometers an hour, that's at least 3 hours away from, if it maintains the same speed. So you're still talking another 3 hours before it makes it out there. So that's at this point, but these storms could pick up their velocity or their speed forward motion. So we will monitor that with you, but you are still quite a ways out from that. So what else have we got here? I'll see if I can find this. Morinville, Alberta. So you're within the tornado watch, so you do need to be weather aware. And obviously, if you're in a tornado watch, you're still considered to be in a severe watch at the same time, just because the parameters are higher in a tornado watch than they are in the severe. So you always need to be weather aware. Right now, nothing going on. There are storms to the west. They are moving very slowly. So again, roughly, I can tell you from the storm, you're 155 kilometers, but that doesn't mean that another storm may not initiate out front of these. There's all sorts of scenarios where that can change, but based on the storms that are currently ongoing, you have nothing to be concerned about right now. If something does unfold, we will obviously be highlighting it and updating folks on it as well. So no problem. Glad I could explain it to you. And that's part of what we try and do, is let people, so that they understand looking at radar even when we're not here. So if you're on vacation or you're somewhere where we're not doing a live stream, you can look at radar yourself and go, I remember what Tom said or Canadian Weather Live said about this. Now I don't need to worry about it, or yes, I need to take shelter, whatever the case may be. So definitely we like to share the knowledge. Alexa asking if Petawawa is going to be okay. You may have some thunderstorms coming through Petawawa, but they should be on the lower end of intensity. Again, the smoke has been minimizing. That's for Eastern Ontario, just so we're clear, because we do get viewers all over the country. So Petawawa, you might get some thunderstorms. There are some to the northwest right now. We will monitor them, and I can actually swing out there quickly to take a look and see what's going on. We'll use Franktown, actually. So storms currently are by Pembroke, so they're to your west. They're probably going to miss you. However, there are a few more behind it. We'll see if they sustain, if any other ones kind of initiate, but right now you're just going to miss those storms to your west. And these are just non-severe thunderstorms essentially at this point. So again, not much to be concerned about in that regards. Just going to zoom back into the southern Quebec portion. Those storms have almost left the country. So right around Napierville and St. Clotilde, there's moderate to light rain in that cluster that we were just looking at. Cowansville, we obviously have some moderate heavy to light rain throughout this line with lightning. Bit of wind on the front end of this. We are looking at 80 kilometers an hour, but this is 4,000 feet off the ground, 4,600 feet, so that's 1.5 kilometers. So at the surface, I would expect 60 to 65, maybe a little bit more than that if it's drilling down to the surface. And one of the things that people, when they look at radar, they just think they're looking at the same level everywhere. Radar reads higher up into the storm the further the radar is away from the storm because of the curvature of the earth. So you always have to take that into account when you're analyzing what you're looking at, whether it's velocities, whether it's reflectivity. Any of that information is pertinent. We were covering storms the other day in Saskatchewan, and they were getting on the far east side of Saskatchewan up north. There's no other radar after that, and we were reading at like 27,000 feet, which is 9 kilometers up, the equivalent of Mount Everest, basically. So that's kind of pointless at that because you're not seeing what's below it, the 9 kilometers below the storm. So I try and give that information out. Sometimes it might be too technical for people, but I try and keep it simple so that folks can understand it. So thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment. It does get exciting here at times, though, when we have, I spent an entire 9 hours on a live stream talking in Saskatchewan about one tornado warning after another. So definitely an increased amount of energy. But today I'm hoping that it's quiet. If something does happen, if we did get a tornado warning, we will highlight the area. We will tell you where it's traveling and narrow it down for you, and obviously give you, what our thoughts are on it. So. Getting another report out of Rocky Mountain House, still getting thunder, but no precip yet. It'll be knocking on the door very shortly there, so should be moderate rain for the most part, maybe a little bit moderate heavy at most. So Boucherville, Quebec, I think you're good. There's nothing out there even right now, but let me pull it up. Back in yeah, so you're just northeast of you're on the northeast side of the island, basically, or across from it, and storms have moved out from there right now. All the storms have moved southeast, and you can see this is the last 3 hours, and they've been basically non-threatening storms, essentially just some thunder and lightning and rain, and there's currently nothing behind them, but we will monitor it in case something does initiate behind the line. However, it is 8:20, so we're about an hour roughly before the sun is gone for the most part. And again, we do lose that intensity, or the storms do start to die off after dark. So just keep that in mind. That is a general rule. It doesn't always mean that that's the case, but you can be pretty confident in that kind of statement just in Canada. And I'm going to look back here just to see if anything is going on in New Brunswick. We still have non-severe thunderstorms out by Chandler, Quebec, Grande Rivière, and New Carlisle. But south of there, nothing at this point. And I think our radar is working again in New Brunswick. It was down yesterday, but yeah, no, it's still working out here, so that's good news. So nothing concerning, again, for this entire region that we were talking about. The potential here was very high. Thankfully, it didn't unfold, and that's the way weather goes a lot of the time. So you always want to know the worst case scenario so you can prepare for it, but you hope for the best. That's how we look at it. So let's go back to the Alberta area, Edmonton, and kind of towards the foothills, and we'll just continue to monitor these two storms. Just getting some, so got a question about Brassard. You're just getting regular rain showers with some thunder and lightning, but they are basically the bottom of the threshold for severe, if they are even severe warned. So nothing to worry about there. Just getting a comment from my moderator. And so folks understand I'm running 4 screens here. I have 3 in front of me and 1 off to my left. So I do try and manage a lot of things, but I appreciate people's patience with us. If we can't always answer questions, it's not me skipping it or trying to ignore you. It's just there's a ton of them coming through, and I want to also get the information out on storms as well. So I try and just kind of jump in and do as many as I can as we go through there. So one more, here we go. Let me pull this up. This is about 10 minutes ago from Braden. Again, this is on the Lodgepole storm. So would be this storm right here on the center of the screen. Again, southeast of Edson on Highway 16, west of Drayton Valley near Lodgepole. I'll pull this up. I can see the bugs. I'm not a fan of the bugs because they love to bite me. So let me share this with you guys. So this is another video from Braden Morrisseau. Again, please follow him on Facebook, or X is where he does a bit of a wall cloud indicated on this storm. So I'll explain that a little bit. Also the big bugs on there. So what a wall cloud is, for those that don't know, I'm sure there's lots that do. It's one of the early formations on the bottom of a storm that indicates it's trying to get organized and could possibly start spinning. And so it's indicative of a storm trying to get organized somewhat. So these are all the little cues that we kind of look for when it comes to severe weather. So Braden's just giving the heads up that, hey, there's a wall cloud forming. The other thing he's using the hashtag AB storm, which Environment Canada follows, so they can also get a view underneath a storm because they see the same data we do. They're looking up high in the storm, and if they get a look underneath it, it gives them a better understanding of what's actually happening, and that's why we love having our storm chasers out there and having accurate feedback. So when we live stream, it gives us invaluable information that makes it much easier to make a judgment call than just off a radar scan. That can get difficult at times. So what else? Fort Saskatchewan on the other side of Edmonton, you're okay right now. These storms are moving slowly, and I mean very slowly that way. That's from 3D printing, just so I've got that in the chat there. They are headed that way. The two primary ones are south of you, and they are moving essentially almost due east. So right now, not a concern, but we are still lots of daylight left. Right now, I'm just trying to see what the sunset time is in Edmonton. I want to say it's probably between 9 and 10. I just can't remember exactly. And I'll pull it up here. Let's see, 9:56, so almost 10 p.m. before the sun goes down in Edmonton, and then you still have another 20 to 30 minutes before it really gets truly dark. I use visible satellite here, so this is one of the tools I use. This is Alberta kind of in the center of it, and we can see where those storms are just off to the kind of left center of the screen, and that those are updrafts or storms happening off the foothills. So once this starts going dark, then we know that our potential is probably weakening, but storms can survive after dark and they can still be dangerous, and we will walk through up until we feel things are no longer a large threat. Obviously at some point I do have to get sleep. Unfortunately this morning I got up at 6 a.m. because some of the models were showing some intense stuff early morning, and because of the smoke that didn't happen. So I'll stick it out as late as I can with you folks, and we'll just walk through it and kind of go from there. So what else? Oh, Keisha girl asking, well, so again, what's called diurnal heating. So when they lose that extra energy from the sun, it helps them sustain or, kind of intensify even. But once that goes away, it loses some of that energy. So it's harder for the storms to kind of stay going at an intense level overnight. It can, if the parameters are there for it in terms of the environment, it can happen, but more often than not, they slowly die off. So I just got a question about Drayton Valley. So yes, you do have this storm to your west, but I'll give you a distance here from Drayton. Oh, wait, my tool won't pop up. Give me 1 second here. From Drayton to there is 55 kilometers. Right now, I believe Environment Canada said that these are moving at about 20 kilometers an hour. So you are talking probably 2 to 3 hours before it gets to Drayton Valley, if it gets there, and also if it maintains this speed and heading. Right now they are, but that kind of gives you an update on that kind of stuff. So okay, so the app I recommend is Weather Can. So weather plus CAN. It's the Environment Canada app essentially. That is one of the ones I do recommend for alerts and the basic weather stuff. It'll kind of keep you up to speed. So that's basically the one that I would recommend. And then WeatherWise is another app, obviously, that will warn you if things are, you're in the area where things are problematic. So. So Todd asking whether these storms are some of the bigger storms are Alberta look dangerous. Are they anticipated to keep heading east? Yes, at this time they are. They are expected to move slowly east, but again, we are talking at a snail's pace would be the best way to describe it. So they are not going to be rocket ships or anything like that. We will see if that sustains for the evening. Sometimes you can get the lower level jet that kicks in and kind of enhances them, might speed them up as well, but we'll see whether that unfolds. That's towards usually just before dark is another scenario that can happen, but we're a long ways off right now. We're only 6:30 p.m. so we're essentially we're 3.5 hours away from dark, so still lots of time. Right now they are just, for the most part, hailers. There is some rotation in them. Here you can see some, so we're going to have to monitor this. I've got Braden's out in front of this storm. This is about 5,000 feet off the ground, which is about 1.5 kilometers off the surface. So you'll find that speeds will lower as you get closer to the surface. That's not 100% of the time, but you can, the way I compare it, it's like climbing a mountain. At the bottom of the mountain it's completely calm, and then you get to the top of a mountain and it's trying to blow you off the top, right? So that's normal that you get higher wind speeds higher up. It's when we get the higher wind speeds at the surface that's concerning, and that's always a little bit difficult to kind of understand. But we, again, reading radar for a long time, being underneath storms, so reading radar and being underneath a storm, it gives you a whole new perspective. It's different if you just look at radar your whole life. I've seen almost 100 tornadoes over my storm chasing career, so I have an understanding of what I'm seeing on radar and what I'm physically seeing in front of me on the storm. So I use that to kind of assess radar and put both of those together to do what I do on this channel. So Calgary just got a cold breeze. I could go for that. It's like 30 something here today. I'm in Eastern Ontario, just south of Ottawa, just for those that don't know. But how about Devon, just by Edmonton Airport? So again, right now you are in so where did you say you, Devon, just by Edmonton Airport? So let me just make sure I know where you're at, because that tornado watch is very, you are in the tornado watch, so you do need to be weather aware today. Right now the storms are to the west. They are slow movers. Hopefully nothing comes out of it. We had a tornado watch in Quebec that completely busted. Nothing happened on that. So you could have that scenario happening, or you can end up with tornadoes. It's hard to tell this far in advance. These two storms have established themselves somewhat. They are rotating, but so far we are looking decent on them. But again, 3.5 hours from now could be a completely different story. But if something does get tornado warned, or we notice rotation, or we get footage that says, hey, we've got a problem, we are going to highlight it as quickly as we can and let you guys know what to do. So that's why it's good to follow the channel, even if you have it kind of on in the background. If you do get a tornado warning, then you can swivel and take a look and, hey, I need to pay attention to this, or no, I don't. And that's what we try and break down for you. So might see some storms, but nowhere as severe as we were worried about this morning. Yeah, definitely. That's a comment from Veronica. That's for Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. Again, the storms are nowhere near what the possibilities could have been. So that is all good news about that. So what else have we got? A hook echo. So what you'll get, I wish I had a sample here to show you. So a hook echo, well, we don't have any storms with a real hook echo on them, so I can't show you that. It's indicative of a storm that's possibly trying to, rotate quickly. Bear with me, I'm not an artist, especially with a mouse, but imagine if you've got a storm wow, that's just too round. Forget it. I'm trying to, let me see if I can find a sample for you guys on radar. So I can explain it a little better. Yeah, give me so this is an exaggerated sample of one. So let me pull this up. So this is a hook echo. So you can see the storm here. You've got that purple, again, indicative of a very intense hail core. And then you've got this little appendage on the backside that looks like a fish hook. And that's the hook echo. And so what you get is the winds wrap in here counterclockwise, and then they tighten up right in this red spot. Hopefully you guys are seeing that. I can't really blow it much up more than that. That is a hook echo. And that, again, is something that's indicative for a storm trying to produce a tornado. So the other day when we were covering Saskatchewan, there were several of them that, and even Alberta, actually, there was right on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. As soon as I saw the storm, I'm like, that's going to try and put a tornado down. And it was the Tillabully Lake, and I'm probably mispronouncing that, and I apologize, but it's kind of the precursor that you need to really pay attention to this storm. There's going to be a problem. So that's the kind of real evident hook echoes. So you watch them, you take a look at them, and then you assess. But so far, I don't think I've seen anything as far as a hook echo is concerned on any of these storms. So there may be other platforms that do talk about it, but right now, nothing is jumping out at me that again, that I would be concerned about to tell you guys to take shelter or anything like that. So bear with me for a second here, and we'll see if we can get some stuff going here. I'm just checking a few more things. Okay, so that's good news. It's always handy to have Braden out in front of a storm, because if something's about to happen, he's going to post it 99% of the time. And if I don't see stuff from him for a while, I know that the storm hasn't really ramped up or isn't getting too crazy. So CC Brooks, always good to see you in the chat. Really appreciate it. You've been a long time follower, so always good to see you there. Calgary, not getting a storm that I can see at this point. I'll switch over. Hopefully Strathmore radar is working. This does look like it's live. It was down for a while. So right now, nothing happening in the Calgary area. You do have some non-severe storms. These aren't even thunderstorms. This is just showers down by Medicine Hat and Lethbridge. So nothing concerning in that area. Like I said, when we started this, our concentration on severity in Alberta is just kind of concentrated around the Edmonton area for this evening down to Red Deer. And I'll swing back to Ontario. We're just going to quickly look at what's going on there. So we do have some storms starting to get a little more intense here. I'm noticing a little bit of hail on this, so I just want to double check what's happening here. This is south of Mattawa. Let me update you folks on that. So yes, this storm has picked up a little bit of intensity. I want to just read how high up we are. Yeah, these are definitely throwing a little bit of hail in them. So those may be loonies or smaller in terms of hail. So heavy precipitation. Let's look at our winds in here. So winds aren't too scary or anything, but right now our two storms that do have this pink are just directly south of Mattawa and then over east of Callander. That's where the hail would be, so southeast of North Bay. And they are tracking southeast as well. You can see that storm motion right there, and they've just extended the severe thunderstorm warning for that. It would be for those areas of larger or pink, which is going to be slightly larger hail, and they're again calling for maximum potential loony to ping pong ball sized hail. I don't think that's happening at this point. And then I'm just going to look from the Franktown radar, which is closer to Ottawa, and we'll monitor those, but they are moving through the park. So it's about to get very wet in the Algonquin Park. You're about to have some lightning as part and parcel of what's going on, and a little bit of wind associated with that, as well as these moving southeast. Do they have a speed on these? Bear with me for 1 second. It doesn't look like it. I wish I had a speed on them. No. So those, a good comment in there is they may cause power outages, which obviously is the case when you do have thunderstorms that, you know, blow trees over, that kind of stuff. But just looking into southeast Quebec, the storms are essentially almost outside of Quebec into the U.S. And again, moderate, heavy to light rain for most of the region, and they are gone essentially at that point, and they'll be out of the area. It doesn't look like anything behind it. And then we'll see whether, you know, anything else changes, but that's the update for Eastern Ontario area. And then I'm just going to move back to out by Edmonton area, and we'll watch things here. So I'm just going to zoom in. There's some decent hail in this over 752 southwest of Rocky Mountain House. You can still see that, what we call a TBSS on there. So that's indicative of large and a lot of hail. This would definitely be ping pong ball, maybe a little bit larger. It just depends how much it melts before it hits the surface. So that storm continuing to just essentially march eastward. I'll show you that, but the last scan definitely shows more purple in it, which is getting into that larger hail. So just we're going to watch to see if that continues to intensify, but it still hasn't even made it south of Rocky Mountain House. It is raining in Rocky Mountain House, but very lightly at this point. Nothing too heavy. And then our storm here, which is, where was Lodgepole? It was down here to the southeast. So this has slightly smaller hail in it, especially on this scan that we just saw here. There's a decent inflow into this storm. So right now I would say you're probably Toonie sized hail roughly out of this storm as it moves through, and still lightning, some wind associated with it, and a bit of rotation, but not overly concerning at this point. And I'm just going to swing back since we got an update. The 2 purples disappeared, or 3 purples out of that storm. So the hail has reduced slightly, but the word would be only slightly. Still going to be decent sized hail in this as it moves eastward with all that lightning. And we did talk about it early on. The biggest concern with these, other than the hail, is going to be that overland flooding. Thank you very much, as always, you MacMe. You support us so much. Really appreciate the donation, and good to see you in the chat as always. The overland flooding is going to be the issue here, because these are not moving quickly, and they are literally like somebody's taking a tap, turned it on, and walked away. They are as heavy a downpour as you can imagine based on these radar signatures, and it's just dumping a ton of rain there. So just be careful with overland flooding, obviously low-lying areas, that kind of stuff. And again, we did have comments, if this does make it into Edmonton, if you're going below like an underpass, the water can accumulate there quickly, and you'll end up with your car floating away, you know, and obviously not something you want. So thank you for this stream. A lot of my family lives in the western Edmonton area. Thanks to this, I was able to warn them of the potential incoming tornado. So again, they're just in a watch at this point. There's nothing confirmed of any, tornado at all. So we don't have anything confirming anything like that right now. I haven't seen anything anywhere. If you have, please kind of share it with us. Let us know. But right now, there's just a tornado watch, meaning the storm, the parameters are there, but that doesn't mean that they're going to come together and that you're going to have a tornado. So right now, these things have been moving at a reasonable pace. No velocity scan has scared me here. Marilyn, thank you very much again for the donation. Really appreciate that. So no velocity scans have scared me, and maybe I should explain that to folks as well. So you do get rotation in storms. What we're looking at on this is the direction of the wind or particles in the environment and how fast they're moving. So green is moving towards radar, red is moving away from radar, and the brighter those pixels get, the higher the wind speed are. So when we start getting really bright greens, they almost turn like a blue, and then you get reds with the equivalent of that. It has to be in the right place on the storm. It also has to be tight. So there's all sorts of different things you can see with wind velocities. We have what we call straight line wind events, where a storm is dying out, or a line of storms, and they're just bulldozing with strong winds that are in a straight line, meaning they're not rotating, that kind of stuff. So, okay. And I'm just getting an update from Connor. Again, this is Connor in Quebec. You can see there's nothing really going on. Unfortunately, the poor guy, him and Rick drove all the way out for this. And that's the way storm tracing goes, unfortunately. So it's, I feel for him. He has a love-hate relationship with storm chasing on the Quebec side for sure. So, okay, let me see if I can always get back into the chat here and go from there. So, yeah, just repacked my storm bag. I don't think we are getting anything crazy, but it doesn't hurt. 100% better to be prepared and not need it than need it and not be prepared. It's kind of how I look at sometimes, depending, when you get a tornado warning, I would rather tell you, okay, you need to get shelter and not need it than obviously not being in shelter and needing it during a tornado warning. So always being prepared is a good idea. Okay, what else have we got here? Question about Ottawa. Again, we're not seeing anything, Jane, in Ottawa area. Everything is pretty subsided compared to where things were. I can switch back here just to look. There are some storms coming down kind of west of the Ottawa River Valley. Right now, they are, some of them are severe to the north, but the leading edge does not look that way. It looks like a bunch of rain. We will monitor it as it gets closer. Lightning, but this is very low end severe compared to what we were looking at in terms of outlooks, models, and forecasts. So, we still do show some hail south of Mattawa, so this is kind of in somewhat in no man's land, but there is some hail in there. It's a little further from radar, but I would probably say this is loony sized or smaller, and near East Ferris or Lake Bonfield. Let's go with that rather than me trying to butcher that name. That is going to be probably between grapes and loony-sized hail at the surface, more than likely. Lots of lightning in this, so it's going through Algonquin Park. Moderate winds, so nothing too crazy with those winds. We're not talking any 100-kilometer-hour winds or anything like that, so it should be pretty good. Let's just quickly glance into Quebec. Storms have moved out of Quebec. Again, on the southeast corner, they're almost into both Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, so all three of them. And we have one severe warned storm over here by Chandler just going over water. So this is just very heavy rain, precipitation on this. A bit of wind, but it is far from radar. I'm just going to see which is the closest. That is the closest radar. So again, that storm moving, I want to say southeast, but let me just double check. Yeah, it's just moving. So it's going out over open water very shortly, and that's the only severe warned storm there on the very eastern portion. So looking pretty good, and again, could have been a lot worse today than it was, which is good news, obviously. So let me just quickly glance at Rocky Mountain House. Yeah, a little bit of inflow. There's some strong inflow there. And so one of the things that when you see storms, inflow obviously is the storm breathing. And if you have hail in a storm, it needs a really strong updraft. Imagine you have a golf ball and it's holding that golf ball up just with air. So you need to have a very strong updraft shooting straight up. And that's what sustains that hail till it just gets too heavy and then it kind of falls out of the updraft. So based on that, you can kind of guesstimate the speed of the updraft versus the size of the hailstone. There's like a bit of a correlation there. It's not always obviously 100% accurate, but you can tell that. So when you see strong inflow and you've got hail, you know you've got a healthy storm that's breathing really well and it's lofting, you know, a big updraft and obviously hail in that updraft. So, but this does look a little bit tiny. You know, it's kind of shrunk in size a little bit, but it's for the most part has been sustaining for the last 2 hours or so since it came off the hills around 5 p.m. So about an hour and 40 minutes. And you can see it hasn't really changed a whole lot, just sustaining that larger hail and precipitation in a very tight area. I'm going to see if Braden has anything new on his platform. Nope, 35 minutes. So there's, again, that's always a reasonable indicator that the storm hasn't really changed or evolved into anything too strong. Still going to be hail on this. This is directly west of 753 and 621, slowly moving eastward. So this is kind of going to go north of Drayton Valley the way it looks right now. And it's just going to parallel 16 heading eastward. So again, very slow moving at this point. Let's take a look here. And we've got Fox Creek. We've got some hail up there by 43. Just going to double check from both radars. Both radars indicating it. We are high up here. Yeah, see, we're at 13,000 feet. So we're over 4 kilometers up in the sky. So that hail at the surface might be grapes, maybe a little bit larger from that storm there, just to point that out. So pretty quiet overall, and I know I'm not supposed to use that word and people yell at me for it, but right now, so far, the stream has been reasonable and it hasn't been organized chaos. At times, this stream can get that way when we, again, 9 hours of tornado warnings that day in Saskatchewan. I think we had 10 or 11 confirmed tornadoes, something like that. Obviously, that's a hectic day, but thankfully, that's not what we're going right now. So, what else? Just getting a question about Almont. I think we just answered all that as far as Eastern Ontario is concerned. Far less to be worried about. There may be some thunderstorms overnight. However, they are on the very low end of the severe components. We will continue to monitor that and see if anything gets crazy. We will point it out to you guys and let you know. So. And again, I'm getting a lot of questions, obviously, about Ottawa. Same idea right now. There are storms to the northwest. They are a long ways off. We will see once we're at 8:47, so it's going to be dark here in about half an hour, or the sun's going to set in about half an hour, I should say. And then we'll see if those storms start to slowly downtrend in terms of intensity. So, yeah, oh, this is an understatement, Pixels. There's many areas like Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta that have had far too much rain. We've talking 200 plus millimeters out of a single storm, craziness. So this year, the common theme across Canada with us covering severe weather has been huge amounts of rain in short periods of time in smaller areas. When storms are moving through, and we've had tons. Well, Manitoba right now is going through some flooding because all those rains that were up north have, washed down and are going towards Brandon, Trans-Canada, and all that kind of stuff. So definitely 100%. Too much rain has been a common theme, so things are good there. Dylan asking if I see a thunderstorm in Ottawa. Right now, no, but again, back to the northwest, there are some that are just west of Pembroke, Petawawa, moving southeast. They should stay west of Ottawa, but we will monitor their track as they get closer, and I'll definitely update you guys on it. So Oh, okay, good. Random roulette, I think it is. Weather modification is spraying that storm by Rocky Mountain House with silver iodide, and they try and make them particles smaller for the hail to kind of, I guess, they're trying to reduce the size of the hail. Essentially, they won't eliminate it, but they're trying to reduce the size of the hail so that it doesn't obviously impact things too badly. Obviously, large hail causes quite a bit of damage, and whether it's farm equipment, animals, cars, whatever the case may be. So yeah, so that, thank you for that comment, appreciate that. So okay, what else have we got here? Connor at a karaoke bar. Not that I'm aware of, but I would pay money to see that actually. That would be pretty funny. Storms coming in Ottawa Valley. Yes. So again, I'll just swing quickly back over there as well, just to look at things. We're just covering multiple areas, but right now, a little bit of hail directly south of Bonfield. That core has shrunk a little bit. This is going to be maybe loony sized or smaller, between grapes and loony size, roughly. Southeast of Mattawa, that hail core has almost completely disappeared. So this would be basically pea-sized hail to grapes, roughly. Again, all an estimate, but some areas with that dark red, heavy rain, so lots of lightning and rain right now out of these storms. Bit of wind, but nothing too crazy, and they are down. Let's just take a look from Franktown radar, just outside of Ottawa. The closest storm right now is over Golden Lake, coming into Eganville. It is only moderate, heavy to light rain, so it's not a downpour, but it's got decent rain in it and some lightning as well. And this continues to track southeast. So I'll show you that over the last few scans. You can see that. So it should, and the key word being should, stay west of Ottawa, hopefully at this point. And we can take a look here. One sec. I can pull up one of my cameras out there. Just going to wait for it to load. So this is just outside of Pembroke. You can see the storms. Let me share this up with you folks. So that's the storms to the west on the left side of it. Doesn't look like anything bad. Lots of smoke in this, obviously. So that's the biggest thing I take away from any of our camera footage that we've seen today. And just overcast and kind of gross. So that's been the story here in the eastern portion of the country for the day with all that smoke. So okay, what else am I getting here? Yeah, I definitely, I got to learn not to use it. I try not to, but there's times where I do use it. What else have we got here? I had a question about a warning that just went out. What's going on up at Sylvan Lake? Just got a weather warning. So they may have updated the tornado watch. Let me just switch over here and take a look at it. So let's see if they just updated the tornado watch. Well, it was 24 minutes ago. Well, maybe it was the severe. Not sure why you would have gotten anything up by Sylvan Lake and you were right here. You're outside of, they pushed the severe warning. So the severe warning, which is the thicker yellow box, so that's the warning aspect of it, that is for Rocky Mountain House, and you probably just got that warning because the storm is coming a little further east. But this represents, just to give you an idea, from the left side of the screen, that's 5:05 p.m. It has only moved this far in 2 hours, so it's at least another 2 hours before it gets to Sylvan Lake if it maintains the same speed at this time. So you probably got a severe thunderstorm warning for that. The thin lines, whether they're red or yellow, those are just watches, meaning, hey, you need to pay attention. There's something possibly coming. So just looking through here. Okay, getting a Holger just saying that driving through Pembroke, no rain, but can't see the red sun anymore, and that's because the storms are a little bit west of Pembroke and Petawawa, so thankfully not coming into town. And again, I don't expect it to. However, if there are other storms that initiate, we have to pay attention to them. So, but we will update you guys as it's going. Well, Sylvan Lake eventually could see this storm get in there, especially if the storm sustains. But again, it's several hours away still, unless things pick up. So should be decent for a while. It's just a question of monitoring it. So you've got your heads up that those are headed your way. Hopefully, you don't need to worry about it too much. So right now, again, the hail, which is the pink. On our radar, you can see right in this pocket right here, there's lots of lightning, but in Rocky Mountain House itself, right up here, you're in orange, light orange, yellow, and then green and blue. That is on the bottom end of the precipitation scale. When you get into dark orange, reds, and pinks, that's where you get onto that higher end of the scale. So it should be okay in Rocky Mountain House, but south of there's definitely some hail here over Cow Lake currently, and it is moving eastward. So slowly but surely going to make its way towards Sylvan Lake and then into Red Deer if it continues to track the way it is. It's even got a bit of a southeast track on it, so we'll see if that if that sustains, but not sure yet. So again, very slow mover at this point. And let me jump back up to this storm and we'll look at what it's doing. So it's moving mostly northeast at this point. So up towards Highway 16. Where's it going to come up to? Evansburg area, possibly somewhere around there. But again, still quite a ways from that area. Roughly the intersection here, you're still 40 kilometers away. If it's moving 20 kilometers an hour, that's still a couple of hours before it goes there. So real slow movers today. That's the main thing that I can take away from this whole setup right now. And we only have essentially 2 storms. There could be other ones that initiate. So Ashley asking if this is coming to Saskatchewan. You are in Prince Albert, if I remember correctly. And no, right now you're okay. I don't think these storms wouldn't, they would take forever to get to that area. But right now, nothing happening in Saskatchewan. There's a little bit of rain on the southern end, but this is very minor if it's rain even at all. It may be virga, which means it falls and evaporates before it gets to the surface. So nothing concerning on the Saskatchewan side. Thankfully, you guys had a rough few days there. So I can, it's like Manitoba. I get that they're gun shy with weather right now with Winnipeg and, a lot of storms going through that area over the last month. So hopefully that helps. Okay, CC just saying I'm east of you, just stood out on the step to check for smoke and there isn't a leaf fluttering. And this is the video out front of my house, so this is my camera, and you would think it's a still image. Maybe a car will go by or something, but this is outside of Kemptville, just south of Ottawa, and those storms to the northwest, those dark clouds that you see on the horizon, that's from those storms near, Golden Lake and Eganville area. So again, storms, but they're very, very low end at this point. So let me switch over here and see if I've got anything else coming in. Nope, still looks pretty good. Couple of notifications here. Just gonna want to make sure I'm following things. Nothing for Quillon right now. Again, storms are kind of to the west. If anything did come in, Thelma for Quillon, you'd be looking at, maybe a thunderstorm, but very low end and probably non-severe at this point. So, what else? Yeah, severe thunderstorm watch is still issued for Ottawa, but those were out of an abundance of caution more than anything, just because the parameters were there. The smoke has been the blanket that kept things from going too crazy. So Okay. Dana saying, I'll let you know when the storm hits us east if Highway 22 and 11 eastward. So always good to get reports from on the ground because, again, we are blind below the radar. So that definitely helps us a lot. What else have we got here? It's funny. Chasers chatting about the Western setup there, or not the Western setup, the Quebec setup today. Just monitoring one of the chats here. So Rocky Mountain House still ongoing with some hail. Let me just take a look here. A little bit of rotation on that storm. And we'll see whether this next scan, we get our scans every 8 minutes. We're about 6 minutes into it, so we should have a new one here, and that storm will kind of shift a little bit eastward or southeast, I guess, on this southern storm. And then we still have a little bit of hail, it looks like, by Fox Creek. Again, not moving very quickly. This is on 43, kind of northwest of Edmonton, just backing out there in the picture so people can see that. And it's not moving quickly, but this would be grapes to loony size, maybe a little bit larger than that, kind of as maximum. It's starting to get far away from the radar, so that definitely affects where we're reading. So what else? Oh, Dana saying the rain has started here. Wish me luck. I think you're okay south of 11 and 22. I'll give you an idea. It does look close, but from that pink pixel to 11 and 22 is actually 4 kilometers. So it always is deceiving on radar when you're looking at it, how big the storms are and how much distance there is, but you're about 4 kilometers from the hail. So I think you should be overall okay, Dana, just so you know. What else? Yeah, weather has definitely been crazy this year in Canada. That's for sure, especially in Saskatchewan. I think you guys might break your tornado record this year if things continue the way they have, because you're very close to it at this point. So. Getting a question here about Eastern Ontario. Again, right now, nothing too concerning. We do have a thunderstorm over Golden Lake, non-severe, and then back to the northwest, going through Algonquin Park up to kind of Mattawa. There are some storms that are a little more severe, but again, on the bottom end of what was expected for the area. Today as far as potential is concerned, and we're getting really close now to dark, and once that sun sets, I'm hoping those storms will slowly start to weaken off as far as things are going. So right now, Eastern Ontario is very good. There's nothing to be concerned about. Again, I'll zoom back just to switch over so you guys can see. There's a few thunderstorms, again, west of Petawawa, west of Pembroke, and Deep River. And we do have a tiny amount of hail in one of the storms here by south of Mattawa. There's going to be loony-sized hail or smaller. Lots of lightning, and where you see those red or dark reds, that's just heavy, heavy precipitation. The yellows and greens and blues and light orange are on the light end of the scale for precip. These are moving southeast, so again, you can more than likely expect some showers and thunderstorms as this moves southeast. What we are hoping is once the sun sets, these will start to weaken and will just be non-severe thunderstorms and eventually just storms throughout late in the night. So that's the hope, but we will update as we progress here. And again, I think we're totally done on the Quebec side. So storms have moved out there into the U.S. I'm just going to look up to the north. There's one little storm northwest of La Tuque, and that is a non-severe storm. It's not even a thunderstorm at this point. So again, I'm far more confident in this area tonight that the severity won't be there. And, if something changes, we will update you. But right now, looking very good as far as severe is concerned for that air region. And all we're doing here is monitoring several storms, and I have a feeling 6:59 this just came in, so this is the storm that is just, where is it, where are you, Lodgepole, Drayton Valley. So it's just northwest of Drayton Valley. The hail core has subsided on this a little bit. Rotation is quite broad on it, so not concerning in that regards, but this would be kind of loony-sized hail or smaller more than likely. It is moving slightly northeast at this point, and we'll see what's going on there. So you can see the track of it here west of Edmonton moving northeast. Definitely one of the weaker scans on the last one that happened here. And Rocky Mountain House storm continues to have a good hail core on it. It does have some decent inflow looking like, and we're probably talking ping pong ball sized hail, but it is just sitting there. So the biggest problem with these storms, other than the hail, is the fact that they are moving so slowly that they will cause a bit of overland flooding, because there is a ton of rain in these storms as they sit there and basically don't move off. And that's the only storms that we have. South of Calgary, we have Cashew. We have barely showers, if you can even call it that, in areas, so nothing to worry about there. So hopefully that gives you guys an update on that. And I'll try jump back into some questions and comments here. Yeah, I think I agree with this statement. I was just talking about it, that they will probably break their tornado record this year, but still a lot of summer left, so we'll see what happens. But hopefully nothing, you know, you don't want to see the tornadoes causing damage and destroying property. Obviously, my preference is in a field, but that's not always the case. Question about River Cree area by Edmonton. So let me just make sure I know where we are. River Cree, Alberta. Maybe is that a subdivision possibly for River Cree? If you are near Edmonton itself, there, let me just highlight it here. To the west side of Edmonton, there is a tornado watch, which is a heads up that tornadoes are possible. Doesn't mean they're going to happen. To the east side of Edmonton and through Edmonton, you are through a thunderstorm watch. Now, weather doesn't care about imaginary lines that we as humans invented. So if you are anywhere near any of these lines, either side of it, you need to consider yourself still close enough that, you know, those parameters could be there. So always stay weather aware if you have a watch of any kind, and if you do get a warning, that's your heads up that, okay, it's time to take action. That's the best way I can kind of put it out there for you folks. Okay. So it's been an hour since we've had an update on social media for these storms, which is a good thing. I'm just going to do one more search. Lifting of clouds. I'm just reading some posts here, folks, just making sure that. Yeah, right now we're still good. Okay, yeah. For now, we are still good. Wait a minute. Okay. Kyle Brittain putting out something, so I was just reading that. He's very smart when it comes to weather, so I listen to when Kyle talks. He's one of those people that truly understands this stuff on another level. So anyways, right now we are good, folks. So right now, not super concerned about a whole lot. Obviously, quite a bit of hail with these storms and have been, but they are very slow movers, and that's the good news as far as things are concerned. So, Tia asking if Almont will see hail. It's Unlikely, but not impossible. That's the best way I can answer it. Right now, storms are still too far away, which means their timeline is still quite a bit. So far, we've only seen a few storms with a little bit of hail in them. I don't expect large hail, that's for sure, but I can't, rule out hail completely at this point. So, Ryan asking about how possible do I think that a direct hit to Edmonton will be. Right now, with the way these storms are traveling, the one that is kind of southwest of Edmonton will track up to 16, somewhere here about Lakeview, and then continue northeast from there. If it doesn't change its trajectory, which means it would miss Edmonton. However, there can be other storms that fire or initiate, and the storm to the south by Rocky Mountain House is walking very slowly southeast towards Highway 2, I believe this is. Yeah, Highway 2, Innisfail. That's roughly, it'll be between Innisfail and Penhold, roughly where it would cross. But that is still a long ways off because this is moving 20 kilometers an hour, and that Highway 2 is 75 kilometers away. So you're 3+ hours away at 20 kilometers an hour. So that's if it can sustain that far. And that would put us right at dark roughly by the time it gets to Highway 2. So we'll see whether that's going to be the case. But, we're going to monitor it if things start to downtrend. Again, we'll stick with this stream as long as we have the potential there. And if things start to weaken and downtrend and we're not as concerned about it, we will let you guys know about it. And again, I'm not here to just sit here and tell you that it's raining outside. People can look at that. Where we get, what we want to warn about is winds, hail, lots of lightning, that kind of stuff. That's where we want to let you guys know what's happening. So I can kind of put this on a cycle here, and you'll see this is literally 3 hours of radar almost. So they are not moving very quickly. They aren't doing a whole lot at this point. There is potential, just while I've got people's attention here in Edmonton area and around Alberta, tomorrow there is more potential for severe weather. We will see how that unfolds, and we usually post it on our Facebook page. So I'm just going to switch over. In case you don't know about our Facebook page, this is where you can reach us. Our email is there: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and X. And we do have a merch store as well. If anybody's looking for anything to help support the platform, you get something out of it, and it helps us a little bit. So those are where you can find us. But on Facebook, we post our outlooks, written outlooks, warnings, all that kind of stuff go up on that page. So definitely give us a follow there. Obviously, the YouTube channel primarily is for live streaming, and then we do forecast videos as well. We are going to expand our forecasting videos in the next little while. So we're going to try and do forecast videos as much as we can for locations of severe weather. So that's another thing that's coming. But again, we are a two-man show for the most part, with a lot of help from moderators and live streamers, storm chasers. But at the head end, the admin side of it, and the running, it is myself and Connor. So we are just a two-man team. So that's a lot to take on, especially if we're live streaming for 7, 8 hours, 9 hours, whatever the case may be. So, okay. CC, good to see you. I'm sure you're gone as well by the time I read this comment, but thank you so much as always. Our team rocks. Thank you. Have a great evening, people. Show your love and hit the like and subscribe button, and even become a Sunshine member. Cheap, and yeah, we try to keep it as cheap as possible, but it helps us out. And you guys, if you're curious about the Sunshine Club, I will bring it up here. This gives you a custom badge that you get in the chat. You'll see people having that throughout the chat there, and the longer you're a member, the more unique your color comes. But you also have access to custom emojis that are all weather related. Our logo is in there: happy tornado, excited lightning bolt, sad rain cloud, cold hailstone, angry red barn, and then a snowball. So that's what you get. And we always give you a shout out as much as we can when we see you guys in the chat as well. So Ashley, no problem. That's what we're here for. I know you had a rough ride the other night in Prince Albert and Saskatchewan. I don't envy what you had to sit through there. So again, I'm glad we can help you and at least bring a little bit of not normalcy, but just kind of not scaring the crap out of people, basically. So, anyways, would it be crazy to ask for a Tom polygon? Right now, yes, because there's not much to polygon on, and we're actually working on a much better looking polygon because I hand draw them right now, and it's terrible. But if anything happens here where I need to draw a polygon, you'll end up getting one. Pixels, thank you very much for subscribing. Really appreciate that. What else? Stony Plain, I think we've covered that one. That one's Stony Plain, yeah, west of Edmonton kind of side of things. So where the radar is sitting, essentially right now, this storm to your west is a long ways off, and these are only moving about 20 kilometers an hour, so they are not covering a lot of distance, which does make them a bit of a flood risk, just because of how long they sit in an area. So overland flooding definitely an issue, but 95 kilometers away from Stony Plain, and I think it's going to miss it as well. But at 20 kilometers an hour, you're 4 to 5 hours before that gets into town. So right now, very isolated areas, and the hail is coming down on this storm to the northwest of Drayton Valley, and I'll show you where the pink colors have disappeared. So bear with me for a second. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. So you can see all the bright pink on the left-hand side here, and you'll see that it slowly starts to make its way out of the storm. So it's a sign of a storm that is weakening. That could be a cycle, meaning it's going down, and then what happens is they then pick up intensity again. I'm not sure if that's the case here. It does look like it's just on a straight weakening cycle, but hail is sometimes an indicator of how healthy a storm is. Right now, that looks like it is weakening and kind of losing a bit of its oomph. The storm still sitting, basically hasn't even made it directly south of Rocky Mountain House. Lots of precipitation coming into this area, so Cow Lake and surrounding area getting a ton of rain at this point with some hail associated on that, kind of loony sized or smaller at this point. So that seems to be the biggest kind of threat, the heavy rain sitting over an area, and then the possibility of hail. Fox Creek, this might be loony or a little bit bigger than that, over 43, and that has been sitting there also for quite some time. So another situation where flooding would be problematic for those folks as well. So so that's what's going on around the Edmonton area. So far, so good. We are 7:16 p.m. Our last scan was 5 minutes ago. Anna asking, am I doing another live for Ontario? We are doing it at the same time, but the good news about Ontario today is that the severe weather is on the very low end. There's barely anything going on. Western Quebec and Southern Quebec are completely out of it at this point, and I'm just going to see where storms are at right now. So currently, just northwest or west of Renfrew, we have a storm. It is a thunderstorm. It does have a little bit of wind in it, but nothing too crazy. Pockets of moderate heavy rain to light rain at this point, moving southeast. Foxwell Music, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. So right now, west of Renfrew, that is a minor storm, nothing to be concerned about. Might start raining a little bit in Pembroke and Petawawa with these storms moving through. The western edge of these storms with that darker red, those are moderate heavy showers going through Algonquin Park. Let me just take a look from another radar here. There is some hail here just north of Highway 60. This is decent hail. This is going to be loony to toony sized hail probably. On this, I'm just going to see what height we are at. Yeah, this will be loony sized hail roughly, just coming along 60, and I'll show you where it's moving that pink hail core just popped on the last couple of scans. Fuji Rivals, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club as well. Really appreciate that. So the only thing I have to point out is this hail right north of Highway 60 in the Algonquin Park area. Little tiny amount of hail on the storm southeast of Mattawa. That's going to be pea-sized roughly. And west of Laurentian Hills or Rapide de Joachim, and I'm probably mispronouncing that a little bit. There's a little bit of hail there as well along 17, but again, grapes to maybe loony size by the time that gets to the surface. So again, thunderstorms are happening, but they are on the very edge of severe, mostly because there is some hail in some of them, and that is what's triggering that component. But as we darken off here, it's 9:20. I'm just going to take a look at some things here. If there's anything concerning, just seeing in Alberta, I'm just watching that just to see if there's anything going on. I'm going to pull up the camera outside my studio, and this is what I'm talking about in Eastern Ontario. The sun is setting, soon it's going to be dark, and those storms are going to lose a little bit of extra energy when that sun does go over the horizon. So hopefully that does help weaken them. Let me go back out to Alberta and cover that, and we'll see where things end up there. Just wanted to see, I'm just monitoring Drayton Valley. So that's this one over here. 2 minutes ago. I'm just reading what's going on here, looking at some posts, if I can share anything. Oh, everything looks reasonable. There's a bit of a disorganized wall cloud below it possibly, but let me see here. Chris Ratzlaff has a nice view of it as well. He's a chaser out in Alberta. I'm sure a lot of you know him. He does a lot of time lapses, or frozen bubbles, I think is his claim to fame. He's one of the ones that kind of started that as well, I believe. So anyways, these storms continue to be there. There's not a whole lot going on. There's a little bit of hail on this one on 753, but the hail core has definitely shrunk in size. Jean Pelletier, thank you very much for subscribing to the Sunshine Club. And good to see you in the chat all the way from Orleans, Ontario, east of Ottawa. Rocky Mountain House still got that hail on it. It is a smaller core. It has gone down, and the colors have subsided a little bit, but not a whole lot. So still moving southeast at this point out in Alberta. Thankfully, nothing to get too excited about. And then Fox Creek, we still have this storm kind of parked there with a little bit of hail, probably loony to toony sized on 43 there. So that's essentially it at this point. Again, very reasonable so far as things go, and you can see the different directions the storms are headed. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit so people can see that a little better. Storm on the north kind of turned a little bit right. The storm in the middle, which is the Drayton Valley one, is moving northeast, and then the storm by Rocky Mountain House moving southeast. So we have different storm motion on all three of them essentially. We'll continue to monitor what they're going to do, but right now, for the most part, they are just hail involved, heavy rainmakers, so overland flooding just because of the slow movement of the storms. That's the biggest stress at this point. What else? Okay. Bye, Ashley. I'm sure you're gone from the chat by the time I see this comment, but thanks for stopping in from Saskatchewan. Appreciate it. Alex saying getting thunder and lightning starting in the Pembroke area in Eastern Ontario. I can actually take a look at our weather cam in that city that we've got installed. Just see here, and we'll monitor that. So yeah, right now, this is our weather cam in Pembroke. You can see to the left, obviously quite dark, but no precipitation right now in, I believe this is more downtown Pembroke, closer to the river. but it's just to the west. So again, Petawawa might see it, and there may be a bit of rain that makes its way into Pembroke as well from the north. But we will monitor that while it goes. But again, for Eastern Ontario, we are not expecting any craziness. These are just regular thunderstorms with maybe a little bit of hail in some of them. So. Yeah, Jean Pelche saying, what a mess in Mattawa area. I hope they don't get hit again. Right now, it looks like they're going to dodge this. So hopefully they've had a lot of storms going through there this summer. So, oh, wow. Appreciate what you do. That tornado that hit south of Paradise Valley was literally in my backyard, about 3.5 miles from our farm. That's scary. I remember that very well from a few days back there. So hopefully everybody's okay. I know there was a tornado that went through on the Saskatchewan side and went through a park. A few people got injured from that, but don't believe any deaths, thankfully. So always good. Oh, perfect. I pronounced that town name properly. I always struggle because there's so many names in cities that they're pronounced differently than you would expect. So John just saying in Calgary, here in Calgary, it was a hot, muggy day. Humidity was at 69%, felt like 33 and cloudy all day. And I don't do well with temperatures like that. I think we hit 31 or 32 here near Ottawa. So definitely not fun. And Flames Girl saying lightning strikes on the cam. Yes, there's definitely going to be some being picked up. I'm going to wait for a little bit. And maybe I'll swing that camera. We can control those cameras too, so I'll maybe swing it to the west as the storms get a little closer. What else? Yeah, thanks for the updates, Tom. Appreciate knowing we should be fine in Merrickville and my son should be okay in Edmonton. So we are covering the gamut today in both areas, Andrew. So glad to help you out there. Again, Eastern Ontario, you might see a thunderstorm in the area, but again, on the very low end of the scale, at most would be my expectation. So Ottawa, Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, we should be pretty solid compared to what the possibilities were. So, what else is this? Peace, I believe. Nice light show, wind picking up just outside of Pembroke, between Pembroke and Eganville. And that's that little storm, those storms coming through. So, hey, Tom, that cell on Highway 40 looks concerning. Highway 40. Where are we talking? Alberta, or are we talking Ontario? I don't think there's a 40 in Ontario, so maybe I'm missing something there. Will this, so 67, maybe you could update me, Kevin, on that, and I'll see what I can do there. Will the storm hit Calgary? These storms are not going towards Calgary. All of this is, even the one heading southeast from Rocky Mountain House, it's still another several hours before it even gets south of Red Deer. So if they sustain, they'll continue kind of southeast, but should not get into Calgary at all. At this point, and I'm just going to look back here to make sure I'm not missing anything right now. Franktown, so it's raining in Renfrew right now. Little bit of hail right by Haley Station. That's going to be again probably pea-sized to grape-sized hail just south of Highway 17 there. Let's just take a look at some of the winds in here. A little bit of wind in there, but for the most part, far from radar, so that's at elevation. And it does look like these storms are breaking apart a little, so let me just look as darkness has fallen. You can see that a lot of the dark red has moved its way out. We have a lot more orange and a lot more yellow and green. So that is a good sign right now at this point. And then I'm just going to scoot into Quebec. Nothing to see in Quebec right now. So we are looking pretty solid, folks, in Eastern Ontario. And again, might see some storms or rain overnight, but it should be on the low end of the scale for things. So just zooming out here. They just threw out a thunderstorm warning for a storm. Basically, Environment Canada at 7:25 p.m. tracking a severe thunderstorm. capable of producing damaging wind gusts up to quarter size hail and heavy rain. So those are the max values, and you can see this. Oh, this is the 40. So Kevin, I figured it out. It's got a little bit of hail on it. Right now it's still kind of on the foothills. So once it comes off those foothills, we'll see what it does. And whether it will sustain or not. So they do come off the foothills. They do look angry at times. Once they get off of there and they get kind of past Highway 22 is kind of where is my threshold for storms, just from my storm chasing days. That if they sustain past there, then we need to kind of pay attention to them. But that is the cutoff for me, essentially, just as a chaser. It doesn't mean anything for the most part, but Stormy Boy saying, I know Ottawa's not due for anything wild, but any chance of some good lightning around the Elmvale area? If those storms sustain that are going through Renfrew, you could see some storms to the west with lightning on them. So that is a possibility. But again, we are just getting to dark here in Eastern Ontario, and we'll see what happens to those storms with their energy as we go through here. So Chris, good to see you as always on the chat, giving a shout out to Jasmine. Absolutely. Thanks for tuning in, Chris. And you've got those storms in the Renfrew area, but that's a non-severe thunderstorm at this point. So very minor, just a good old rainmaker with some lightning on that. So what else? Flames Girl near the Strathmore radar outside of Calgary. I don't think it's going to make it down to there. It's moving more eastward than southeast in that direction. A few little pop-ups here by Drumheller, but so far not too concerning. They're non-severe at this point, just heavy rain. And you can see they just kind of popped off a boundary is essentially what happened. And you're getting heavy rain out of that at this point with a little bit of lightning, but we'll continue to monitor if that area needs to be watched closely. So just going to zoom in on this storm that's still sitting basically over 753. A little bit of hail still sustaining in that, so that is going to be probably loony sized or smaller hail continuing to move slowly, and I mean slowly, northeast. Just for people watching from Edmonton, these storms currently are far less severe than the two that went through back to back a few days ago. Those were much larger, much stronger storms with far bigger precipitation cores on them. These are tiny in comparison to what went through Edmonton a few days back. So hopefully that helps you understand what's going on here. And the Rocky Mountain House storm does look like it's petering out a little bit. Just looking at it, it looks like it is weakening right now. Still has good hail on it, but the size of it seems to be shrinking, and it's right at that Highway 22, my personal cutoff for these storms, whether they survive or not. But we'll see if that's the case. So what else here? Wicked lightning in Renfrew coming from Ian. Thank you for that update. And again, we do have some thunderstorms out that way, but they should be non-severe. And if they do get into severe, they're right on the edge of it. So, okay. GG just saying got some wind in Edmonton. Looks like it's coming from the southwest mostly. So we do have some surface winds. I'm just looking. You do have a couple of, you can kind of see the shear in here just from the different layers of wind as you go up through the atmosphere, but so far it shouldn't be anything bad in the Edmonton area. And again, the storm heading up that way that is northwest of Drayton Valley does not look like it's managing to get organized, but I'll double check to be sure. Just seeing here a couple of posts. This is from where? Stauffer. Where's Stauffer? Let me see if I can find that on my map. Okay, so that's going to be The Rocky Mountain House storm. So which one are we farther away from? Bear with me for a second here. This is 8,000 feet. This is 8,000 feet. The two of them are reading in the same height of the storm, a little bit of a different reading on them, but Strathmore radar shows a little more hail than the radar west of Edmonton, but we'll keep an eye on that. It's slowly heading closer to the Strathmore radar, so that'll be the one that we kind of stick with for the most part, I think, for this one. It's right on the edge at this point. They just pushed that severe warning, so I'll draw not a polygon, but our storm is heading up in this general direction. So if you are anywhere south like Drayton Valley, you don't need to worry about this storm. It is currently just kind of tracking northeast very slowly on top of that. So this very large area of this box does not need to worry about the severe thunderstorm warning. At this current time, storm is just moving northeast. That's the way the polygons work in Canada. So your area of concern for hail is at 753 east of it and north of 621, moving northeast on this orange line. So that's the only area that essentially needs to worry about that severe thunderstorm warning. Just going to check on some comments here. Dana, thank you very much for the update. Just saying that south of 11 now, that is the Rocky Mountain House storm, and obviously 11 and what was it that you were at? 11 and 22. So getting a report from that area that it's not as bad, but the hail definitely to the south for sure on that one. So no problem. Happy to help out there. I always worry about Algonquin Park because I know alerts are impossible to get in that area. The cell coverage is non-existent. I really wish the executives at Environment Canada would bring back the weather radio system. I can't fathom why that was eliminated with a country that is as rural and spread out as we are. Cell service is... there's so many places without cell services, I guess what I'm saying. So hopefully they get that back. I know there's some people trying to get that reinstated because it's one of the best tools. I have one sitting right there in a package, brand new. Can't use it because there's no system. So anything from Madoc and Belleville area, as we are in a trailer park coming from Rhonda right now? No. These storms, I'm going to monitor them over the next hour that are in Eastern Ontario. Let me zoom right back into that. You are obviously down on Highway 7 between there and Belleville area, I think you said. Right now, these storms look to mostly track east of there. They do look like they are weakening as the darkness starts to fall here. So that is the good news there. So you should be okay. You may have a thunderstorm, but right now these look to stay to your east. And again, look to be possibly weakening as they go south or pulsing as they go south and eventually weakening off. So what else? Shannon Prentice, good to see you in the chat. It's any storm makes it past Highway 2 and survives. It should be a gooder. Yeah, that's definitely an extra, a little barrier there for chasing for sure. And you chase out there more than I do. Yeah, like I said, it's just personal thing that I kind of noticed the times I've been out there. So what else is going on? What's the storm west of Edmonton looking like for Long Island Lake northwest of Lock? So Long Island Lake. Let me see if I can find that. Let me swing back out to Alberta and switch over to that. I'll kill off my drawings. Hail is picking up on this storm. I'm noticing that on this last scan. Hail core definitely picked up on the Drayton Valley storm. So give me 1 second here. I'm just going to double check to see if anything's underneath it, if I've got it. Scud rising into it. The Rocky Mountain House storm is pretty visually, just based on what I'm seeing on social media. But right now, not seeing anything too concerning there. So you were asking about Long Island Lake. Hopefully, I can find that. I'm not exactly sure where that is, and I know it's not in New York. Alberta. Well, let's say hopefully it's near Island Lake, and one's just bigger than the other. That's the I don't know if that's where it is. You said it was, where was it? Long Island Lake, north of West Loch. So let's see if West Loch is close. Yeah. No, it doesn't show up there. So I would need something a little bit bigger, unless this is actually it. This is Island Lake, but that doesn't mean that it's the same area. Let me see if there's Long Island Lake anywhere here, but I don't. It doesn't have every spot on the Mapbox software that's used in this platform, so it may be missing there. But right now, basically all of our storms are to the west, and they are moving very slowly west of Edmonton and kind of west of Red Deer. That's where our activity is centered, and it is not moving quickly at all at the end of the day. So if you can narrow that down for me, maybe, Kay, I can try and, find where you are. But right now, not a whole lot happening. These are just severe warning storms. For hail is the biggest component. And then obviously their slow movement with that heavy precipitation will cause overland flooding. That's the biggest threats that we're looking at this point. So Renfrew, you just have a non-severe thunderstorm, Tanya. There's not a whole lot happening there. It's just, again, heavy precipitation with lightning, but so far remaining non-severe at this point. So Genevieve saying seems like they are headed to Carleton Place. Could make it down there. It's still quite a ways off. And again, we are waiting for these things for darkness to kind of set in. And then we'll see how those trend over the next few scans. And they may weaken. And by the time they get to Carleton Place, they're just a rain shower, that type of thing. So yeah, definitely. Thank you so much to you and your mods. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this stuff. So thank you. Corey asking about Cumberland and Sarsfield. Right now, east of Ottawa, there's nothing going on. Everything is to the west of Ottawa, kind of hugging that Ottawa River Valley. I know we're covering both areas, but right now I can tell you that that things are going on there. It's kind of west of Ottawa at this point. So let me just double check everything, and we'll take a look here. So I'll show you, these are the storms around the Ottawa area. While we're waiting for those other ones, I can show you how these have progressed over the last hour. There is a storm over Renfrew going through Arnprior shortly. I have a camera there so we can take a look at it. One of our weather cams. So let me pull it up and I'll see if there's anything going on it. Right now, it's probably just outside the precipitation. But what you're looking at here, those darker reds areas are heavy rain. Orange is middle of the road. And it's basically, moderate to light rain when you get into those yellows and greens. This camera is dealing with a lot of lightning, it looks like, but this is in Arnprior right now. There's no precipitation on the ground. You can see that it's dry, but there's your lightning flashes that are causing the sensor to kind of freak out a little bit. But you can see that there's right now the wind isn't even really bad on this storm. There's barely leaves moving or anything like that. So this is just going to be a lot of lightning with some heavy rain pockets, and should not last too long. Again, this is not very severe, folks. It is very low on that scale, like I said, compared to what we were sort of expecting at this point. So that was a live shot of Arnprior area. And kind of the storm is tucked in between Renfrew and Arnprior. The biggest or heaviest precipitation right now is just north of Golden Lake, north of Killaloe. You can see this red area with lots of lightning, some wind in that, so moderate wind. But again, we're going to watch to see what these do as they move south east. The leading storm might get into the edge of Ottawa at this point. We'll go through Carleton Place, Almont. You can kind of see how those are tracking if I show you the track here. So you'll see that there's R storms possible for Smith Falls, Kempville, down to the, but looks like they're dying off a fair bit. So we'll see if that continues to be the case. Let me swing her back out here to Alberta. Let's flip over to that and let's take a look at what we got going on here. This is farther from, how far are we from radar? This is 10,000 feet. So you're over 3 kilometers up, straight up near Fox Creek. This does look like a lot of hail. However, because it's high up, when it falls through that warmer air in the atmosphere, it's going to melt by the time it gets, or melt somewhat when it gets to the surface. So you're looking at probably, I would say toonie sized hail, maybe smaller at this point on Highway 43, but that heavy precipitation that's just been kind of sitting here over the last, quite a bit of time. They're moving slowly. They will give you some overland flooding happening out that way. So, oh yeah. My moderator mom is checking if I ate before I came on stream. So I'm letting her know that I did eat, because I have a tendency to just go. But yes, I did eat before I came on the stream because I knew I was going to be late at it. Rocky Mountain House, just going to double check this, is showing still a little bit of hail east of 22, south of 11. So that continues to be the case. So that storm is sustaining somewhat now. Still quite a bit of distance, even from, let's say, Red Deer right now. We are still 60 kilometers away, but this is dropping southeast. So I kind of targeted Innisfail, Penhold area where it was going to cross through. We'll see if that's the case, if it does survive that far. It is severe warned, obviously, for the hail. We'll switch back to the other radar by Edmonton. We do have that one hailer east of 40, still coming off the foothills, not moving a whole lot from there. And then our storm northwest of Drayton Valley, very broad rotation on that with some hail, and again, not moving fast at all, has been east of 753 and north of 621 for quite some time. So that is the only other storm that I would point out at this point. The southeast of Edson, this little bean up here might get severe warned if that hail core picks up on it. So we'll see if Environment Canada warns that out as well. But most of it is to do with the heavy precipitation. Well, they just tornado warned this. So let's, what did I miss down here? They have tornado warned this storm down here. There is some rotation right in this area. So let's read up what Environment Canada is showing here. Tornado warning. So 7:44 Mountain Time, Environment Canada issued a tornado warning. Following localities Delia, maybe, Hannah and Spondon, tracking a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. So this is obviously direct wording that they are saying is producing a tornado right now. And it is, I see a video of this. So, okay, give me 1 second. Let's get through our process here. Bear with me for 1 second. So this is moving northeast, so I'm gonna, or northwest, I should say. Let me delete this. There is a tornado confirmed on this storm. It's based off of social media, it looks like. And we have that area of rotation. So this is gonna be our polygon up towards Highway 9. This is east of Drumheller. It is moving northwest, it looks like. I'm just gonna confirm that. Essentially moving northwest at this point. So if you are anywhere in this orange polygon, you do need to be in shelter at this time. We talked about it before. Basement is ideal. If you can't be in a basement, as many walls between you and the outside in an interior room. Bathtub makes a good option. And put a small mattress or something like that over you. So this is southwest of Hannah, east of Drumheller, moving northwest. So this whole box that you see here, anybody who's east of it at this time, you don't need to worry about it. I'm just going to double check here to make sure that I'm not missing anything, but that does look the area of rotation. I can't share the photo because, again, we don't put stuff up that doesn't belong to us. I'm just looking at it here. This is, yeah, south of Hannah, area non-warned storm. Anyone closer, Cape, for more info. Okay, anyway, so I'm just seeing a post on that. So again, because we're seeing what looks like a tornado on social media, we do have some rotation. Again, this would be by 576 and 851 moving northwest. So again, anywhere in our orange polygon is where you should be in shelter. That is the immediate area where there's concern. So now things have picked up a little bit. Obviously, again, we are seeing stuff on social media, so I'm going to continue to monitor that to see if anybody else is posting anything. But that's more than likely what prompted Environment Canada with this bit of rotation that's in here, showing that there's possibly a tornado ongoing. So let's just continue. So this is, again, east of Drumheller, southwest of Hannah. And I'll show you how that rotation, they're just updating the information on there. So I'll show you how this storm is moving. And this did fire off a boundary, basically, and is, again, just moving northwest at this point. So this is the area we are going to concentrate on. Going to bring up the tornado warning from Environment Canada, just saying that they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. No more information than that, but they just updated it, and it is on the left-hand side of this box, moving northwest again. So that is the area of concern, and we'll continue to monitor that until we feel it's safe at this point. So that is where we have our issue right now. And there are some strong winds in that on this scan. This is at 7:47. This is our latest scan. And you can see up here, it's moving fairly quick too. We would have our rotation in this area right here along 851. If you were in Delia or Delia or whatever you want to pronounce that, on south of Highway 9, you need to be in shelter. It looks to be an ongoing tornado moving northwest. We will move our box in the next scan. So our orange polygon is the concentrated area in this large box that we have here where we have that ongoing tornado. And based on this velocity scan, that does look to be confirming in terms of that. So we're just going to see what's happening here and continue to monitor that rotation and continue to call for shelter at this point. Just keeping an eye also on social media, on the other sites, and just seeing if anything's going on. Yeah, so that's where we're going on at this point. So we've narrowed it down in our orange polygon, and we do have, like I said, from social media, we are getting confirmation that there is a tornado. So be in shelter. If you can be in a basement, please do so. If you don't have that as an option, then obviously interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit more protection, and then a mattress or something over you, just in case the worst case scenario happens. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna stick with this, and we'll see what's going on here. But oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Apologies. Let me do that. That was what I was looking to do. So again, we are east of Drumheller, to the south of Highway 9, southwest of Hannah, and then Delia, or Delia, yeah, Delia is the way I'm going to call it. You need to be in shelter because this is headed up your way. So, and hopefully we'll get some confirmation here that it has lifted, but so far that's not the case, and so we always assume it's on the ground at that point once we've got a confirmed tornado. So, and again, I'm just going to quickly look at other storms here. Switch over to reflectivity. So this is the boundary that popped here not long ago, and again seems to have quickly produced a tornado. Gonna watch the storm by Rocky Mountain House. Some more hail on that storm as well, between 11 and 22. So that continues to be the story there. And let's just take a look by Edmonton, or not by Edmonton, by Drayton Valley. Just going to look at that broad rotation on that storm. Hail core subsiding a little little bit, continuing essentially to move, I want to say northeast. It may have turned directly east on the last few scans, so I'll double check that. But right now, we are watching this storm. It is moving northwest, essentially. More north, but still kind of northwest as this drifts along there. So you can see that motion right there. That is the area that we're concerned about. I obviously don't jump into the comments at this point, just with the seriousness of the situation. We will jump into comments afterwards. We are 7:47, 5 minutes ago we had the scan at 7:47, sorry. We are 7:53 p.m. So we're a couple minutes before our next scan comes out, and I'm just continually monitoring what else is going on here. Okay. So another tornado warning there. Okay. So that's where we're at right now, folks. And that's how quickly things can change when the parameters are there. They just spin up. And it is not coming to Hannah right now. Somebody was asking about that. This is moving northwest at this point. There is a storm heading your way, but where the tornado is located is in our orange polygon. So that giant red box, if you are in the orange polygon, that is our polygon, narrowing it down a little bit so people know where this area of severity is. Thank you, Trixie, for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. You can see how this has progressed. So we should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes, and we'll update and we'll see what the velocities look like on that. So again, not going into Hannah, but it is heading right up 851 towards Highway 9. And this is, excuse me, east of Drumheller at this point, southwest of Hannah. What I'll do is I'm going to shorten my cycle here on this so I can just kind of leave it playing for you guys so you understand what's going on. And again, we'll concentrate on this. This is just in Alberta area, south of where our tornado watch is, but that shows you that I told you guys, Mother Nature doesn't care about imaginary lines that we draw. Weather's going to happen, and that's what you have to stay up with. So and we're going to watch this line just to see what happens. Do we have our new scan here? Nope, we're still at, yeah, actually we just got a new scan. So let me stop that, take a look at it, and see what's going on here. Still showing some rotation in this, so we are going to say that in this orange polygon you do need to stay in shelter, and we'll see what I'm just waiting to see if I've got anybody commenting that it has lifted. So far not seeing any comments about that, but we will continue to monitor it. I'll double check if Environment Canada has updated it. And the wording in there, a tornado warning was producing a tornado. So that is definitely indicative of a serious warning. And again, moving northwest, essentially up towards Highway 9, right up 851 is essentially where it's at. And we'll continue to monitor this area and update you guys as soon as I can on that one. So still good hail here southeast of Rocky Mountain House. Some larger pixels of purple in there. So this is starting to pick up a little bit of a hail core on it as well. Let's just take a look at our velocities, a little rotation in that as well. And this would be probably ping pong ball sized hail based on that. And then let's take a look further north. We still have this storm sitting kind of east of 40. It's just parked itself there, so you can see that it's moving southeast, but very, very slowly with some good hail on it and heavy precipitation. And then we have our storm northwest of Drayton Valley, still producing quite a bit of hail. It's going up and down, but the hail size looks to be maybe loony size, maybe slightly larger than that. And our hail core on 43 is still there, but the colors have gone down a little bit, so maybe loony sized or less on that storm on 43. So again, our tornado warning storm down here by Drumheller moving northwest, and it is been confirmed on social media by the looks of it. And we did see rotation. We still have rotation, so we are calling for shelter on this inside this polygon that we've drawn, the orange one, obviously minimizing the box, the big red box. So again, Hannah right now not heading towards you, all that kind of stuff. What else? This is near Drumheller. It's to the east of Drumheller, but moving northwest. So you can see that on the scan here. That's the progress on the storm at this point. Okay. Spruce Grove. I don't know where Spruce Grove is, so let me see if I can answer that for you. Oh, there we go. No, this is way, way, way to the south right now. Nowhere near Spruce Grove right now. This is just, again, east of Drumheller going up towards Highway 9 at this time. And our box is the polygon orange one. You need to be in shelter in that area at this time. Southwest of Hannah, heading up that way. So this is not in Edmonton. This is, again, guys, look on the map, Drumheller area south of there. So this storm is just got initiated a short while ago, and you can see what it's doing here. So east of Highway 2 near Carstairs, east of Drumheller, and then southwest of Hannah on Highway 9 is where our tornado location would be. And again, we don't have any confirmation whether this has lifted or not, but if you were up 8:51, what else have we got here? Just reading a few more posts on social media. So far, nothing happening there. So okay, we're good. Just catching up on some of my chats. So. Oh, if there's anything in Edmonton, no, right now there is nothing in Edmonton as far as storms are concerned. They're all to the west at this point, slowly making their way there, but they are still far from Edmonton, as you can see. Right now, Drayton Valley, kind of Highway 22, this storm is still to the west of Highway 22 near the Edmonton area. So, and they're moving at 20 kilometers an hour, so very, very slowly. Let's pull this up and we'll see. We've got our next scan here. We're at 7:59 p.m., 8 p.m. right on the nose here in Alberta. Our last scan was about 7 minutes ago, I believe. So we should see a new one here in about a minute. So hopefully we get that. So. Okay, Spruce Grove is, yeah, about 17 minutes west of West Edmonton. Yeah, this is definitely, you're in a tornado watch, but there's nothing right now in Spruce Grove area to be concerned about at this time. So, okay. Veronica's getting a freezy. Anybody want one? If you're in the chat, raise your hand. I'd like one. Okay, so yeah, this is where we're at. We're just watching this tornado warning storm down here by Drumheller, again, moving northwest. If you are in the orange polygon, you need to be in shelter at this point. And again, we've had a confirmed from social media, and the wording from Environment Canada is saying is producing a tornado. So where is Rocky Rapids? I want to say that is near Rocky Mountain House. So let me see here. Bear with me for a second. I'm going to stop this and I'm going to look up Rocky Rapids. Hopefully that's, yes. Okay, that's the Drayton Valley storm. So that one is starting to look a little bit organized here. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. That is a storm also getting a bit of a wall cloud underneath it. So we will have to watch that storm. Looking at velocities on there. Let's just take a look here, and that's, yeah, okay. So we're going to watch this storm. It does have a wall cloud, which when you get a wall cloud, that's indicative of a storm trying to get its act together and start spinning. And we'll, watch whether anything comes out of that. So keeping an eye on a bunch of things here, but right now our only storm that we did have a confirmed tornado on is obviously to the south, and it's east of Drumheller, southwest of Hannah, and it is moving up 851, heading up towards Delia, near Highway 9. So let's see here. I think we've got our new scan. No, yeah, well, that's our new scan actually. So let me just take a look at velocities. Those are way behind the storm. The rotation is looking much better on this. I don't have confirmation of anything lifting at this point. However, give me a sec here. What else? Right now, I'm not seeing anything as far as lifting, but the velocity scans do look better on this. We're still calling for you to be in shelter on this storm until we can confirm otherwise, especially when you have a confirmed tornado from Environment Canada and social media. So again, staying in shelter in our orange polygon, that is the area that's of concern at this time. And the rest of the red box to the east, the eastern portion, Hannah, you don't have to worry about this. You guys are not in the line at this time. So let me quickly swing back to Eastern Ontario, and then I'll come back to that tornado warned storm and just update people on it. So let's look at storms. They are moving pretty quickly down here. So yeah, the western edge through Constance Bay, you guys are going to get some thunder and lightning. They are putting severe warnings out for these. Strong winds, loony to ping pong ball size hail. Those are the maximum probabilities. Right now, these don't look like they're putting out any real hail on these signatures that we're seeing right now. Heavy rainmakers, lots of lightning, and these are moving kind of southeast at this point. So they will skirt the western portion of Ottawa, come through Manotick, Almont, Osgood, and then the later storms, there's a few more that are coming down. They definitely look like they've weakened somewhat, but still a thunderstorm at the end of the day. And there's pockets of pop-up showers as well associated with this, but coming into Renfrew shortly, going through Pembroke and Petawawa shouldn't be too bad. The heaviest precip right now would be from Quillon through almost Constance Bay down to Carp. You can see that dark red at this point. So that's where we're talking about at this point, moving southeast. And then I'm going to move back to Alberta because obviously we've got a tornado warned storm out there. So I do want to stick with this area as much as possible. But around Ottawa, they are just thunderstorms at this point. Borderline severe, mostly heavy rain and lightning on those. I have not seen any signatures of hail on those storms around the Ottawa area at this point. So just lots and lots of precipitation, especially when you get into those dark reds. So what else? Okay, so that's where we're at. We're just watching this storm that is tornado warned right now by the Hannah area, Drumheller, and moving kind of northwest, almost more north, but slight northwest tilt on it. So V-Baller Lefty, good to always see you. You are definitely getting a little bit of a lightning show there. The rain will be in there, but luckily these storms are losing a little bit of their, kick, but still borderline severe thunderstorms at this point for Eastern Ontario as that progresses through. So yeah, and then again, we do have some hailers here out in Edmonton area. We are about 1 minute from our next scan, so I'm going to stick with the tornado warned storm till our scan comes in, and then I'll update you folks on that. Right, last scan did not show much rotation on that storm. We are still calling for shelter at this point, just because it's had a history of producing, and then we'll see what the next scan looks like right now. So just looking for other updates on social, but right now that's it. So we'll just wait patiently here for our next scan. Okay. There we go. There's our next scan. Let me pull it up and let's see what it looks like. Rotation is pretty broken up on this right now. Still going to call for shelter on this one just out of an abundance of caution because of the history on it. But rotation definitely doesn't look as concerning on here, but there is still some on there. So we'll continue to call for shelter on this. And hopefully I'll get something on social media that can confirm somebody's got eyes on for this storm. But for now, we will say that if you are along 851 and then to the north, Delia is the town that's in line with this towards Highway 9 and 851. So we'll continue to monitor this and again, update you guys as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Looking at the storm behind it, that has broad rotation on it, and then we'll switch over. So the hail has gone down a little bit on our Rocky Mountain house storm to the southeast of it. So that is still throwing some hail. The hail core looks a little more broken up on this. This would be loony sized or smaller more than likely, heading southeast from there. And then let's just take a look here. Let's switch over. Drayton Valley storm. A bit of rotation on that one. We're going to have to watch that to see what's going on here. Still moving very slowly northeast. It's barely moving north. Almost looks like it's heading due east along 621 towards Highway 22 north of Drayton Valley. There's going to be loony-sized hail in this. Winds definitely, just looking here. They're, like I said, not strong winds, but there is some rotation, and based on what I've been seeing on social media, it has my attention. But right now, nothing confirmed anywhere. And then let's take a look here. Fox Creek, still got hail on that 43. It's just been sitting there and moving eastward at this point. So again, probably loony, maybe a little bit larger on that as it moves through. Nothing into Edmonton at this point. All storms are still quite far, and they are moving very slowly at this point. Highway 40, there's a little hailer that's still stuck on the foothills, hasn't come off of it. And they did severe warn our storm southeast of Edson for a little bit of hail in there. That is going to be probably grapes to maybe loony sized out of that storm. So let's continue here and we'll go from there. Oh, Bird just saying getting some hail in the Eganville area back to the northwest of Ottawa. Dime size just falling in my yard. So thank you very much. That's Eastern Ontario for those folks that don't know where that is. So thank you for that update as well. What else have we got here? Weather modification looks like they're trying to get that Rocky Mountain house storm to die off. Apparently, they're spraying that silver iodide into it. So, Robert, thank you very much for that update. Yeah, definitely Canada going to get some thunders west of Ottawa again. Storm coming in, but it is, for the most part, shouldn't be too bad. I'll flip back here because obviously we've got a lot going on. But Ottawa area right now, Constance Bay to Carp, Dunrobin, heavy precipitation. It won't last long. Definitely good precipitation tucked in between White Lake and Pakenham area. Moderate, heavy to light rain from that. Lots of lightning on that, and just moving southeast at this point, just so folks understand. These are not severe like we were expecting, so definitely on the lighter end of severe. Not seeing any real hail indicators west of Ottawa, which is closer to the radar. We did get an indicator of hail by Eganville, and here's your little pink pixel. So that definitely, we were just getting a report of like dimes coming out of that in the Eganville area. So that is the heaviest area of precipitation. Storm through Pembroke, Petawawa, onto the Quebec side, moderate to light rain out of that, not as much lightning. And then we have one little bean here north east of Barry's Bay or west of Killaloe. That is heavy precipitation in that storm. and that's it. And again, these are moving southeast. There's nothing trailing behind these right now, so they are moving fairly quickly as well. These should be south of Ottawa and off across the Seaway soon, so they will go through Carleton Place, Kemptville, Osgood, Manotick, Winchester, Russell, possibly a little bit into Cornwall, and hopefully again they're weakening as they go in that general direction. So back to our tornado warned storm back here in Alberta. Let me flip back to that. 8:05 was our last scan. We should have one here any minute. And I'm going to monitor social media just to make sure that I'm not seeing anything here. So, and I can hear the thunder at my house here. I'm just listening to it right now in Kemptville, and I can definitely hear some rumbling going on. So, yeah, definitely hearing rumbling at my house here in Eastern Ontario. So 8:11 p.m. This is our latest scan. Again, the velocity scans on this are very weak right now. This is, you can see that there's like only a few kilometers an hour. So again, I'm pretty confident that our tornado has lifted. But until I get confirmation, I just want to be err on the side of caution with this storm, because again, it was a verified tornado. So in the orange polygon, still calling for shelter at this point, but I think the danger level is subsided dramatically at this point, just based on our velocities. These are all dark colors, whereas if they were really bright and together, then we would be paying attention to it. Just going to look here to the storm by Hannah, and we'll see what's going on. So right now, that tornado warning for the Delia storm looks to be okay, but again, out of an abundance of caution, we are still saying be in shelter, and we'll take it from there. So gonna wait to see what they're updating here. So tornado warning has expired, so they're seeing the same thing as we are. They're saying tornado associated with this alert are no longer expected in the area. So again, with those weak velocity scans that we saw, that we were showing you guys with the dark colors, that indicated that that's over. So this is a expired tornado warning. It stays there for an hour, but at this point, no longer a concern as far as that storm by Drumheller and Hannah and Delia area. So let's move over to Rocky Mountain House, southeast of there, high between 11 and 22 and 761. Still got some hail in there, a little bit of rotation, but doesn't look too concerning right now. And so still moving southeast, I believe, this storm. Let me double check that. Yeah, it's still very slowly. Like this is the equivalent. We're what, 7:41. This is 35 minutes of storm movement, and it's barely gone between 22 and what was that? That was 761. It hasn't even crossed there. So very, very slow moving storms at this point. 8:15 p.m. Alberta time. So we've still got a little around 2 hours before we're completely dark. Drayton Valley storm, little bit of rotation in there. It is broad, but there are some brighter colors starting to show up in there. So we'll have to pay attention to it. It is still just north of 621, just west of 22 to the north of Drayton Valley, and I'll show you how this is moving. That's the direction of travel. It's essentially almost due east, maybe a little bit northeast, but very, very slow moving as well. Storm sitting still off the foothills back to the west here near 40 and 734. Got some hail in it, and then our storm southeast of Edson. What road is this? There's no real name to it, but southeast of Edson, south of 16, this does have decent hail in it. We're going to say probably loony sized or smaller when it gets to the surface. Let's see what its motion is. Yeah, we are moving kind of eastward with this storm as well. So that's the story on that one storm there. And then Fox Creek over 43 here northwest of Edmonton, still sustaining that hail signature on radar. It hasn't moved very far off of there. This is going to be loony sized or smaller. Right now, Edmonton, as far as the city, is completely in the clear at this point for any kind of storms or anything happening there. So things are better now that we've lost that tornado warned storm, and hopefully nobody got hurt or any damage off of that. So we'll hear, I guess, later on, usually the next day type thing. Storms down, or rain, I should say, not even storms, rain down by southeast corner, Medicine Hat, that kind of thing. So that is the story out west. Again, I'm going to just quickly swing back to the Ottawa area. I know we've got a lot of people watching from Ottawa area. Right now, heavy precipitation from kind of Bell's Corners through the Connaught Range, and then up to, along the river essentially, and going into, this will probably scoot into Elmer. Maybe, let me see here if it's going to, I don't think it'll get into Gatineau, but let me just double check here. It's just going to skirt through Ottawa on the west side. It'll go through Nepean, Civic Hospital, Westboro, just kind of to the west of... what in the heck is going on with my software? Software is going nuts. Can we stop? Oh, this is awesome. I'm just going to stop you myself. There we go. You gotta love technology, only good when it works. Right now, heavy rain through Almont, Mississippi Mills, Pakenham. I do have a camera in Almont. I'm gonna pull that up and show you guys what's going on in Almont, how heavy the rain is. Let's take a look here. This is one of our weather cams again, and heavy rain. It's obviously got some water on it right now, but I'll share this up. Lots of lightning, so you'll see the flashes obviously here, and that's a water droplet on the camera itself. There we go, improved a little bit, but this is kind of what you can expect. Lots of lightning. Does not look like it's super windy with this. I'm just looking at the trees trying to figure out if they're moving very much, but they aren't. So that is right in the Almont area, and eventually coming into Carlton Place, and I, like I said, it's rumbling at my house right now. I'm further to the south, so I am over here by Kempville, so that will be heading my way. And then we have from Renfrew, we have some rain through what looks like Dacker, Shamrock, heavy rain where that dark red is. Let's take a look at our winds here. Winds are moderate. There's some pockets of moderate rain. What is going on here by Mississippi Mills? Bear with me for a second here. There's some bright winds in there. So Mississippi Mills between there and Almont, we are getting close to the radar, but that is some stronger winds a little bit. There's a small pocket here with this brighter 70-kilometer-hour winds on the surface, probably 60, maybe a little bit more than that. So be prepared. It is moving southeast at this point. So we're going to watch that as it moves there. Maybe some hail right now through Britannia, Woodruff North. There's a couple pixels here of pink. So that would be kind of pea-size to grape-size hail at most. Again, moving through the airport area off to Greeley, Metcalfe, probably through Manotick as well. So that's the story as it's unfolding right now. Pembroke and Petawawa out of it. And a little bit on Campbell's Bay on the Quebec side as well. So, but again, mostly borderline severe thunderstorms. They're barely qualifying for that with a little bit of hail, but we're watching those closely just to see what's going on there. So let's just take a look. That is still looking good on that storm that was tornado warned. We are 8:17 p.m. So this is our latest scan, still showing a little bit of hail south of Leslieville, south of 11, next to 761. So yeah, and I'm just getting confirmation from one of my moderators. just showing that it is windy in Carleton Place, and we were just watching some of those winds building in that one area that I highlighted in Eastern Ontario. So just keep that in mind, folks, as things continue on here. And then I'll swing back to our storms west of Edmonton. Still, this storm hasn't even made it to 22 yet. It's been taking its sweet time trying to get that. So I'm just going to see. Apparently Connor has made it back to the area. Oh, he's going to go by my house. Should get him to bring me food. I'm only kidding. So Connor is back in Eastern Ontario. Looks like he's near Morrisburg area. And he's probably going to have some lightning here on his stream. My house is starting to get some pretty solid rumbles here in Kemptville. So saying big hail in Nepean and in Westboro. So those are those pinks that we were showing. What is considered big hail? Because that's relative, right? So I'm just curious what size comparison is that, dimes, nickels, quarters, loonies, toonies, that kind of stuff. So if you guys can give us a size, that would help. That is through the Ottawa area. And again, we did see 1 pixel out there that, a couple of pixels, I should say, of hail at this point. JC family, good evening. Holy Thunder from Kemptville. Yes, that's definitely headed this way. Right now I'm looking at Alberta, folks, so I'm just going to update Alberta. I think we've already gone through this. Still going hail on 43 here, east of Fox Creek or west and northwest of Whitecourt. This storm the hail's been just tracking along 43 at this point. Loony size are smaller, and that's what we've got going on out west. So we have essentially... Thanks, Veronica, for sending out those memberships. I really appreciate that. You do too much for us. So right now, east of Rocky Mountain House, a little bit of hail. North of Drayton Valley, then we have 2 of them. One southeast of Edson, then one of these over by 40 and 734, still sitting on the foothills. And then our one that is northwest of Whitecourt on 43. Right now, heavy precipitation is the biggest problem, and some hail in those. Let me get back to the Ottawa area. Just things picking up a little bit here in the nation's capital. So just going to watch here. We do have, this is where we were seeing that hail in the Nepean area, Wood Park, a little bit of pink in there. So hopefully, JC family, yes, you are good to go to bed. These are just going to be borderline severe thunderstorms because they've got a little bit of hail in them. The wind does not look too bad in it, other than obviously around the Carleton Place area. We do have a little bit Mississippi Mills, Almont area, but overall pretty moderate compared to what was expected for today. So should not be an issue as far as Ottawa area is concerned. So what else have we got here? Yeah, you guys are definitely okay to go to bed, Christine. Again, these are going to be thunderstorms, but they are not high-end strength thunderstorms at this point going through the nation's capital. Some areas of heavy precipitation, lots of lightning. So Mother Nature's fireworks is what I'm trying to spit out. And then there's a storm on the Quebec side, Campbell's Bay area, moving kind of back towards Ottawa. So that'll catch Cantley, and then probably Gatineau area later in a little bit there. Pockets of heavy precipitation, but these are, again, minor storms, folks. These are not anything to be concerned about. Obviously, just going to rumble. Lots of rain, and then a lot of flashy going on. So that's what you're looking at this point. So again, not anything to be concerned about for those storms. You can go to bed. It's not going to be really windy, and we'll continue to watch those. They are moving very quickly, so they'll be through the area super fast. 823, this is our latest scan. So south of Leslieville, still got hail, probably loony sized or smaller. That is our next area. Sorry, they're updating a couple things, so I just want to look what they are updating. They're just updating a severe thunderstorm warning. So here's the other, well, sorry guys, wrong radar. So the other issue here is we've got a big warning that is extending all the way out to Hawkesbury, Grenville area. You have nothing to worry about on this severe warning. I'll show you where the concern is at this point with the storm going through Ottawa. Kind of east of this line, you really don't have anything to worry about. If you're close to the line, then obviously this is the storm that is just going through Ottawa, through the airport. Heavy rain in that, with a little bit of hail in a very small pocket, but it is moving southeast, so it's going to go through Russell, Morwood, Chesterville, Winchester, and then off to the 401 and St. Lawrence Seaway. We do have our storm here by Almont, Carleton Place, Ashton. Heavy rain in that, some winds associated with it, but again, nothing concerning. And then heavy rain by Calabogie, back to the west of there. Heavy precipitation in that storm. So just a few areas of thunderstorms moving through the Ottawa area. And I'm going to flip back here to Edmonton area, and we'll wait for our next scan here. So what else have we got? Actually, I can probably watch from, got a few cameras we can watch here. Anna asking if Kemptville and Osgood are good to go to bed. Yes, you are. There is no issues. Again, the expectations for storms today is on the very low end. This is the storm in Kemptville, or the camera in Kemptville. The storm has not arrived yet. You can see how calm it is, but just outside of the view here, you'll see some lightning flashes as the storms are approaching. So very calm here in Kemptville, but rumbling because of the storms headed this way. But these are on the very low end of severe, so you guys are good at this point. So what else? BP, yeah, the tornado that was near the Hannah area, that was earlier, that tornado warning was dropped. So it's I'm just double checking to make sure nothing else is going on. But right now, the tornado that was southwest of Hannah, moving up 851, I believe it was, is no longer on the ground. And that warning has been dropped out in Alberta, just so we're clear on that. So nothing concerning as far as tornado in Alberta at this point. So yes, you can go to bed in Carleton Place as well. Just going to rumble and lots of rain and lightning. That's what you guys are looking at in Eastern Ontario. So no storms right now in Eastern Ontario that are crazy to be concerned about, like what we had about 2 weeks ago coming through Canada Day and the day before. Those were absolute monster storms compared to right now. So JC family, sorry, everybody's asking about Osgood, Manitowoc, Greeley, and Kemptville. Yeah, you guys are all okay. It's because I'm doing a stream for Alberta primarily. That's where the big severe threat is. So I changed my clock to there, even though I'm out of Eastern Ontario. So that's why it says 8:27 p.m. for those people that are watching from the Eastern Ontario area. So again, Eastern Ontario, you have nothing to worry about. These are just thunderstorms with heavy rain and lightning. That is the biggest threat. Little bit of tiny hail possibly going through Ottawa on the last few scans. I will head back over there and double check that's everything. There is no storm going on in Montreal. Absolutely nothing out there as well. Just they went through earlier today, but nothing going on there, Carl, at this point. So any big boomers coming into Nepean, so you do have some thunder and lightning definitely associated with those storms. So give me a sec. The comments jumped, so I couldn't click on the right one. So you definitely have some thunder and lightning back here by the Ottawa area. And there's a prolific lightning on some of these storms. So even through the Ottawa area right now, you can see all these lightning strikes, these little lightning bolts all over the place. So it is going to be rumbly with these storms. The good news is the latest scan just came in here as I was looking at it. There's no more purple in here. Still very heavy rain stretched from Elmville Acres to the south. You've got some solid rain in there, but that's it. Just going to look at winds. Winds do not look bad. And then we obviously have our storm back to the west along Highway 7, Carlton Place, went through Almont, and is now heading southeast towards Merrickville, Kempville, and probably might scooch into Smith Falls. And then we do have one storm here by Calabogie, kind of heavy precipitation along 65 near to the west of Calabogie at this point. A little bit of wind in that storm, and our last one here in the western Quebec side near Campbell's Bay, just heavy precipitation by Otter Lake. So again, lots of lightning, more scary sounding than anything at this point. So okay, let me head back out and cover the storms out in Edmonton area. So let's take a look. We'll start to the north here. So still have our hail core over 43 to the northwest of Whitecourt. That is definitely lighter colors at this point, so that is good news. That would be probably grapes to loony at best in that one. Southeast of Edson or south of 16, bigger hail core in here. This is decent sized hail core. This is going to be loony sized or smaller more than likely. Again, not moving very quickly. These are just sitting there, moving kind of northeast. Storm by Drayton Valley. I'm just going to look and see if there's anything else to comment on there. Yeah, my house is rumbling here as we speak. So there is hail. It's finally kind of reaching over 22. So the thing to keep in mind, if you're traveling north out of Drayton or south into Drayton, this hail is going to be sitting there for quite some time. You can see these storms are not moving quickly at all. So they're going to be over 22 for a while with that very heavy precip and hail core. And that'd probably be loony or smaller. Still got our storm sitting to the west off the foothills. Really doesn't want to leave that area. It's just hugging the foothills, dropping southeast. And then let's take a look at our storm from the next radar. Leslieville, still over 761, showing probably some brighter pinks. So that's going to be loony sized hail at this point at the surface, roughly. And then our Hannah stuff, this is all the storms going through Hannah. Well, you can't even call them. That's just precipitation moving through Hannah. Let's take a look at our storm that is right over Delia. Right south of Highway 9, just basically a bit of lightning, heavy rain in one small pocket, and that is it, folks. So we are pretty good on that front. The tornado warning is expired, so they just leave it. It expires in 40 minutes, so it sits on there, unfortunately. But that is the story out west. So yeah, Anna, Osgood is good. You guys, again, Eastern Ontario, you're just going to have, there's nothing dangerous. You're just going to have a lot of thunder and lightning and heavy rain with a little bit of wind. Right now, nothing dangerous in the Eastern Ontario area. So, again, good to go on that as well. So, Dana asking, is a hook shape in red okay? Just the purple is pre-tornado possible? No, if you have a hook shape of any color, you need sticking out the backside of a storm, you need to pay attention to it. The storm that dropped the tornado in Alberta a couple days ago had only orange, but it was definitely a little hook out the backside. And again, that's just a giant red flag. You need to pay attention to that storm. It's trying to produce a tornado. So what else? Uh, oh, hello, happy budgets saying that the tornado texts or the Environment Canada texts are on drugs. I got the tornado warning for Hannah and my husband didn't. We are on the same network and even Bill. So yeah, the ready alert system definitely needs some upgrading, and there's the warning system definitely needs some upgrading. They're apparently working on it. We are talking right now these polygons are based on township lines, county lines, all sorts of different things, where they're looking at going to storm-based warnings, meaning the polygon I drew out for our tornado, if you were here, they would put that same idea out for a storm-based polygon, meaning along the storm and out front of it, not behind it, not 30 kilometers to the east or anything like that. So they are talking that that's supposed to come out. I really hope it does, because that will be a game changer at this point. So definitely a lot of things that can be improved. Again, I know this has more to do with executives than anybody on a desk. I know those guys and gals are trying to do their best on the desk with what they've got, right? So if this is going to clear out the smoke over Ottawa, not likely, because those fires are still ongoing northwest of Thunder Bay, and that's where the smoke came from. So we definitely are still probably in for some smoke. I'll have to assess things when I get off the stream. We've been, 3.5 hours right now on this stream, so I'll assess it before I go to bed, and then in the morning kind of reassess what's going to happen tomorrow. For the Alberta side of things, I know, again, we do have people in here. I'm going to show you the outlook for tomorrow. Is this the outlook for tomorrow, or is this today's? That's today's. There, like I said, there's still an area. This isn't updated in the software, obviously, so I won't show it to you, but there is a chance for more severe storms around this area tomorrow, so we'll put a outlook on that and let you guys know. Melissa's saying that the power just went out in Carleton Place area, east of Ottawa, or west of Ottawa, I should say, in eastern Ontario. Okay, so I haven't had a chance to check much, folks, so oh, Seth sent in a picture about 18 minutes ago of the tornado near Delia, Alberta. Funnel underneath this cloud, but doesn't look like it got to the surface or that was probably later on in the image there. But I did see a photo earlier where it looked like it was completely down at that point. So, but thanks for sending that in, Seth. I'm not going to put it up now because, I mean, the tornado's over and that kind of thing, but I appreciate you sending that in. And again, I haven't had a whole lot of time to check emails, obviously, because we're bouncing around quite a bit, and I want to make sure I'm putting out the right info. So, what else? Yeah, definitely. I mean, Stephanie, definitely a lot of things happening lightning wise. Again, this is just going to be a lot of thunder booming going on in eastern Ontario. A good light show, obviously, with a bunch of thunder and heavy rain. But for the most part, you guys don't need to worry too much about it. So, starting to hear it at my place as well. So, yeah. Okay. Okie doke. What time are we? 8:35 Alberta time. Is this our newest scan? Or have I already gone through this? I don't think I've gone through this yet. So let's take a look here. So hail core shrinking on the storm, south of Leslieville, due west of Red Deer almost. Far smaller hail core on it. Loony sized or smaller, I would say grapes to loony size at the surface for that. Still have our storms sitting on the foothills, just hugging them and dropping southeast, but the hail core has disappeared off of it. So we'll see if that's just a cycle or if that's actually the storm weakening, because you can see the pink is there for, it's been there forever. And now it just kind of got a little further southeast and all the hail disappeared off of it. So we'll watch that one to see if it re-intensifies. Our storm north of Drayton Valley still dumping that hail right over 22. Again, this is going to be loony sized or smaller, moving very slowly northeast. And then our storm southwest of Knighton Junction or Neaton Junction, somewhere along those lines, south of Highway 16, decent sized hail core still on that storm, loony sized or smaller off of that. And our hail core is shrinking on our storm northwest of Whitecourt on 43. It's just to the north of it right now, that hail core. And that's going to be probably grapes or smaller at this point. And do we have anything else to look at out here? Just going to look at our Drumheller storm or Hannah storm, whichever way you want to call it. Still got decent amount of precipitation, but this is a tiny little storm. Few lightning strikes on it. Does not look like it has hail on it, but just heavy rain in that with no rotation at this time. And we are still hour and 20 minutes before dark out in Alberta. So we do have our visible satellite here, so you can see how all these storms, this is Alberta right in the middle, those updrafts where you see those plumes, those are the storms that we've been monitoring for the last several hours at this point. So almost looks like there's a little bit of smoke in these. Oh, there are smokes. Jeez, I can't talk right now. Sorry, guys. There is smoke in the southwest corner in BC, it looks like. So maybe a bit of smoke getting into this to the northwest of Edmonton. You can definitely see it on the scan, that grayish like flat gray type looking stuff. So there is smoke making its way into Alberta at this point. So that will affect storms like it did today in Ontario and Quebec. So we'll see what that does. What else? Yeah, thunder approaching Embrun again, Eastern Ontario. My friends in Canada right now, is there tornadoes in around Red Deer? So no, there are no tornadoes right now. We had a tornado warned storm and a tornado briefly east of Drumheller, which is to the southeast. But right now, no tornado warnings, no storms right now that are doing anything like that. So we are good. Sorry. Well, BPF is asking, why do we have to tornado watch but no rotating storms? I want to go to bed, but I'm nervous. So you do actually have, every storm for the most part will rotate. I've mentioned that many times on this stream. They do rotate. It's a question of how much, how tightly, and where. The potential for tornadoes is still there, just because the watch is still in place. The parameters are there. Our tornado watch is still valid for another hour, it looks like. So the tornado watch is going to expire in about an hour. So right now, again, you do have storms. They are, just because ingredients are there does not mean the ingredients will all come together and that you're going to have something happen. Classic example today in western and southern Quebec, they had a tornado watch, nothing happened. That's what you want. You want to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's essentially the scenario. So right now, one of these storms could intensify and you have a rotating storm. They've been trying to do stuff, but the amount of times that you have a thunderstorm that tries to produce a tornado and gets close happens all the time. The thing is it's the rare ones that get over that kind of hump and then produce a tornado. So I'm just looking here to see if there's anything concerning on social media right now. And I don't see anything here. Braden has an update. I'm going to pull this up so I can share it with you folks. Let me pull it up. He says this is a storm. Where is this? West of Tomahawk. That's a cool name. So I'm going to share this with you guys. This is from Braden Morso on X, just showing the storm by Tomahawk at this point, not pointing out any concern with it in terms of any kind of major motion or any lowering that's of concern. Braden's really good at pointing that stuff out. So right now we are pretty good with that. And again, that was about 7 minutes ago west of Tomahawk. And just taking a look at the rest of the storm. So right now, as it's been the theme for the evening, the storms are mostly concerning because of hail and heavy precip, and they're moving slowly. The one storm that did fire off a boundary was right here by Hannah, and that did get a tornado quickly underneath it. And that tornado warning has expired a while ago. That was about 32 minutes ago that they expired it. It just sits there for an hour on the software. So where are we at here? Still a little bit of hail, but the storm looks to be shrinking drastically west of Red Deer. You can see that there's not much left to it compared to earlier if I move the frames forward. So this storm does look like it's dying out just kind of south of Leslieville or southwest of Eckville, due west of Red Deer. So that storm starting to lose its intensity and probably won't be an issue, but we'll see if that's the case. Hail did pop back onto the storm that is on the foothills, so it did go through a cycle. It went down, it's picked up a little bit here, so we'll monitor it. Hail isn't very large. This is going to be grapes to loony sized hail. And then the Drayton Valley storm still parked over 22 and 624. There is more bright pink in this, so this is going to be loony to toony sized hail probably out of that. Continuing to walk very slowly eastward at this point, folks, with maybe a slight northeast track on it. And the storm behind it doing basically the same thing, still putting some hail down in that area. And our hail core to the northwest of Whitecourt, almost completely gone. Heavy rain in that. Not seeing any real lightning, which is also an indicator of a storm weakening at this point. So that is a good sign. We'll see if the hail comes back on the next scan, which should be in about 2 to 3 minutes. So things are looking good as far as around Edmonton and Alberta area. And we'll take a look kind of a little bit further around there, and I'll come back to Ottawa quickly and then make my way back out to Alberta. Okay, let me swing out here, folks. We'll update things. I'll kill off my drawing just not to confuse things. Let's take a look at Franktown radar. Okay, so our storm, little bit of hail right to the north of Embrun. This will be pea-sized to grape-sized hail at most, moving again, mostly southeast, I believe. So let me just double check. Yeah, it is moving southeast. That'll make it into Cornwall, crossover into upstate New York. But again, these are just thunder boomers. Right now, Merrickville, Kempville, about to get on the edge of this storm. I can show you from my weather cam here in Kempville. We've got, it's, wet. The wind is non-existent. We're on the leading edge of this storm, however, but a very light rain at this point, and a light show obviously associated with it. So it's going to shake the house with the lightning strikes and the thunder. But that's, I guess, the biggest extent of things at this point. Heavy rain kind of west of Hopetown, 511, where those dark reds are. Let me see. A little bit of wind in there, getting a little bit more moderate kind of wind in this storm to the west of 511, Hopetown, Heron Mills, northwest of Lanark. It is dropping southeast, but you can see those brighter colors. That's where your heavy rain is going to be. And they are, again, moving fairly quickly. So these are not going to be in the area for long. And then on the Quebec side, through east of Otter Lake, Lac des Loups, Wakefield, Duclos, and other areas, Gatineau Park, just heavy rain in that. Not seeing any really concerning winds in there either, but you're going to have a lightning show, and this is going to come through Ottawa and on the east side of Ottawa now and making its way down. So you can kind of see the path that these storms are now carving. And they, like I said, they're moving very quickly. The northern storm has a more easterly track on it than a southeasterly track. So it could go along the Ottawa River and out through the far eastern side of Ontario. We'll see if that's the case. But again, not concerning at this point, folks. They're just a regular thunderstorm. And let me swing back to Alberta, and we'll switch up and see what's going on there. So 8:47. So this is our latest scan out in Alberta. I'm going to look at our storm near Hannah. I just want to see it's still sustaining this little bean here, but it's just a rainmaker at this point with a few lightning bolts. A little bit of hail still left on this storm west of Red Deer, just sitting at 761, kind of, dumping a bunch of rain. A little bit of hail still on the storm off the foothills. This is going to be loony or smaller, probably grapes to loony at most. And north of Drayton Valley, sitting over 624 east of Highway 22, still showing that hail core on it. That is going to be probably loony. Maybe a little bit bigger out of that, depending where you are in that storm. And then south of Knighton Junction, that is going to be, it's a larger hail core, meaning much broader. However, I'm going to say loony size, maybe a little bit bigger on this. And then our storm that is north of 43 now has lost its hail core completely. Just very heavy precipitation, no lightning. So that's just a regular rain shower at this point. Doesn't look like, let me see, how far up is that velocity? A little bit of rotation in there, but we'll watch it for a scan or two just to see what's going on. But again, this is a storm that doesn't even have lightning, so it's a non-severe storm at this point, just with the way things are going. So we have 4 pockets essentially that we're monitoring: 1 west of Red Deer, and then 3 kind of 2 west of Edmonton and 1 south of west of Edmonton. But that is on the foothills, and it's been there forever. So that is the extent of things at this point. So definitely keeping things on the lower end. We had that one little storm that definitely produced what looks like a tornado down by Drumheller. And that was quick. Luckily didn't last long and didn't look like it was super strong, but definitely had good rotation on it. So what else? Just trying to jump back into the comments. I don't know what's going on Connor's stream. I just noticed somebody walking around out there. Peanut Dudes asking how the storm in Ottawa is doing. The storm in Ottawa is pretty, like I said, it's just a thunderstorm. Nothing very concerning on it, just heavy rain in pockets. And you've got one coming from the Quebec side that's going to go through probably downtown and to the east side of Ottawa area. Just a lot of lightning, heavy rain, some wind in some pockets, but for the most part, not super concerning in terms of the danger level. These are just regular thunderstorms with heavy precipitation in it. And coming into Cornwall shortly here, it's going to skirt through Cornwall, it looks like. The storm that is just to the west of Castleman over Embrun. But again, not seeing any more hail signatures, which is a good sign, and these are moving very quickly, so should be okay. Where am I? I'm in Kempville. I know where I am. I'm still in the light rain. I was going to show you guys what it looks like out there with my weather cam, but I'm out of it at this point, so I was just going to see. Do I have? I've got one in Navin. I'm just looking to see where I've got my weather cams. Nepean's going to be out of it. Yeah, just again, mostly just big rumbles and rain, but nothing to be worried about. So, so BPF, what you're looking for on a tornado warned storm or tornado storm that could possibly produce a tornado is the shape of the storm. First off, you're looking for a hook echo, a notch, and then you're looking at, and these are all technical terms without going into them, and then you're looking at your velocities, the speed at which the wind is moving and which direction it's moving. So you have to look where a storm is rotating, meaning where inside the storm. Also, how tightly that air rotation is and how fast it is. And that's just based off the colors that you see on the other scan. And that is what it's just from experience seeing, you know, tornadoes and understanding what happens on those velocity scans. Again, there's a lot of indicators that you look at. It's just, again, from experience mostly. And if you do get bright reds and bright greens next to each other and they're very tight, you need to be concerned about it and paying attention to it. So what else? Okay, just reading a couple things here. Yeah, 45 Celsius with the Humidex would be absolutely disgusting. I couldn't handle that. I would melt, quite literally. Perfect. Just getting an update from Orleans, just saying it's just getting some heavy rain and wind. There'll probably be some lightning that'll come into Ottawa as well, but again, nothing to worry about at this point. Yeah, and Montreal definitely did very well for the most part through the day. Nothing too crazy, and that's because of the smoke that made its way into eastern Ontario, western Quebec from the wildfires up in Thunder Bay. That is what actually put a damper on the severe thunderstorms out this way today. And I see smoke moving into the area in Alberta, so I have a feeling that will affect tomorrow's outlook for storms out there. So it's definitely possibility that the severe aspect for tomorrow might be lowered because anytime there's smoke, it kills storms. Like they just don't happen. So what else have we got here? Sorry, that's not the one I wanted. Just jumping around here. I seen branches torn off big elm trees from previous storms in Edmonton. That's from Old Polack. And yeah, a couple days ago, where it was like 3-4 days ago, you guys had 2 days in a row of storms. The first one was the worst. Second one was bad. I felt awful for you guys, so not fun in that regards. But I did hear about damage, flooding, all sorts of other stuff as far as the Edmonton area. Right now, Edmonton is faring very well at this point. So, and Ricard saying getting hit downtown Ottawa now, heavy rain and thunder. Thank you for that update. What else? What those cells are looking like now near Drayton Valley. Jill, yes, I can. Drayton Valley right here. So there's a little storm. This is not too concerning. It's got very broad rotation on it. The biggest threat is that it's got heavy rain, so it's going to cause overland flooding. And it does have some hail in there, loony sized or smaller, maybe a little bit actually larger than loony. And it's just moving northeast, so there's nothing going on there that's too concerning. Just obviously the hail and the overland flooding threat is the biggest thing. And then we have a storm back to the west here, south of 16 on Knighton Junction. A little larger hail core, about the same size, a little bit larger than loony, and that's it for Drayton Valley area. So what else? There you go. That's some Saskatchewan getting 17 tornadoes this year so far is quite a bit. Alberta with 25, so solid numbers as far as tornado season is concerned. Okay, Rideau River Provincial Park, we are tent and terrified. Sarah, so I live literally up the road from you. I'm just going to show you what the camera looks like. This is what it looks like outside. So not a lot of wind. I'm in Kempville, literally 1.5 kilometers from where you are right now. Heavy rain. The biggest thing is that you're getting thunder and lightning, which is the scary part. It's going to rumble, it's going to flash, but overall, The rain isn't super heavy. There are pockets of it, but that's all it is. And you don't have a whole lot of wind. You can see the trees out here are not even, really moving. So nothing to be worried about, Sarah. You are good. And just stay out of the rain. That's basically it. It will pass. I'm going to show you on radar. Bear with me. I'll flip back over to Ontario and look by the Ottawa area. And let me take a look here. So you are in a light to moderate rain. Beckett's Landing, the provincial park, is right there in the center of my screen. So like I said, you're literally about a kilometer from my house. The rain might pick up a little, but the wind in this, let me just take a look. You are good. There's nothing to be concerned about. It's just loud and flashy. That's basically what you're dealing with at this point. These are not, like I said, these are not bad storms like we were expecting the potential to be for Eastern Ontario. So you are good in that tent in Rideau Provincial Park. So we just got an update here. There are a few more storms that possibly could come through that area, but they look like they're going to stick to the west. But once this precipitation has moved through Rideau Provincial, you should be okay. Just so you know. Don't want you being any more scared than you need to be. A little bit of heavy precip in Moose Creek to Avonmore, maybe tiny hail coming into Monkland, but we're talking tiny hail. And then over on the Quebec side from Cantley up Wakefield, to low Quebec, heavy precipitation, lots of lightning, bit of wind, but nothing crazy in there, very moderate at best, or at worst, I should say. And then obviously tons of lightning on that storm. And our other area of heavy precipitation and lightning is west of Carleton Place. This is over Lanark, up Highway 511, and up to Calabogie. So again, most of what people are dealing with in these is heavy rain, lightning, and thunder, but the winds are not bad, which is the main thing. So let me move back all the way to Alberta. Hopefully that helped you understand what you're facing out there. And let's just take a look. Storm west of Hannah or northeast of Drumheller looks to be dying off. That is almost non-existent at this point. And I'm just going to switch cameras here. Bear with me. Let's just take a look here. Okay. So sorry, what was I doing here? Oh yes, by Eckville. So this storm is literally shrinking every scan. There's only 3 pixels of pink in this, so this is going to be maybe grape-sized hail when it's at the surface. So that storm looks to be dying off. Over the next few scans will be nothing. Same with the the storm that's near the foothills and still hugging them, southwest of Drayton Valley, essentially. That is got 2 pixels of pink, maybe again pea-sized hail in that. And the storm northeast of Drayton Valley looks to be dying off as well. It seems like either, what time is it, 9? We're about an hour before dark. I don't know if smoke is getting involved here. I did see it on some of the satellite imagery. So let me double check that after I'm done with this here. So bit of a larger hail core still south of 16 and Knighton Junction. And that is going to be maybe loony sized or smaller. And let's go to the north. Little bit of hail showing back up on our storm to the northwest of Whitecourt, about 6 or 7 pixels in there. That's going to be grapes to pea-sized hail at the most. And that's where we're at right now. I do want to look at our satellite imagery, and it does look like there's a ton of smoke. My house is shaking right now with the thunder, so that's entertaining. What else? So if you look at this picture where all these storms are, you can see there's smoke all around it on that last frame, like where you get that haziness. That is all smoke from fires, folks. So that's probably what is impeding these storms a little bit. And it's probably going to change what the outlook for tomorrow is. As you can see on that last scan, there's a lot of haze all throughout the image there. So that is definitely going to hurt things for tomorrow. severe wise, so that should be good for an outlook, but we will update on our Facebook page tomorrow morning once we have more details and we do an analysis as well. I can share again, if you're new here, our contact info. That's where you can find us: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, X. Our email is always there. You're free to email us if you have questions when we're not on the stream. We try and get back to you guys. We've had quite a few, so we're a little backlogged, but we will do our best to answer you guys. We also have a merch store, so that's another thing. If you want to buy a shirt, we have tank tops, mugs, stickers, all sorts of stuff. You get something nice, so it helps us and you get something out of it. So anyways, gonna go right back to our radar and we'll go from there. Kevin, thank you very much for the kind words. Really appreciate that. I love this YouTube channel. I love it too. I didn't think I'd ever be a YouTuber as my next, thing on my bingo card or my next career option, but definitely don't like when people are afraid of things. So, that's the purpose of this channel, is turning the volume or temperature down. There are plenty of channels that are there to freak you out. Or platforms, whatever you want to call it. They are a dime a dozen out there. So we are kind of different and bucking the trend. We're not here for clicks and likes. We're here to, help people through storms. Especially when I hear somebody's in a tent in a provincial park, I'm going to try and give them as good an information as I can. So anyways, what else have we got going on here? Yeah, definitely don't need any more rain around the Edmonton and surrounding areas. Your June was the wettest on record ever, I believe. We were talking about that earlier, so totally understand that you guys don't need any more rain out that way. So what else have we got here? Donna saying just west of Perth is wild. That's in Ontario. I can quickly scan back to that area and just flip over. Yeah, well, just to the northwest of Perth, like it's coming into Perth now. You'll see this right here coming down, and it's going to go through Perth, Smith Falls, Athens, Brockville, before it goes over to upstate New York. Right now, storm going through Kempville. Again, mostly the biggest thing I'm seeing as I'm riding this out right now is just thunder and lightning. That is the biggest thing. It is scary in that regards, but you're just talking barely any wind with it, and some rain associated with it. So it's kind of like an angry dog. It's just barking, but can't really do anything. The bark is what is it? The bark is worse than the bite. I don't know. It's late, guys. Bear with me. It's 11 o'clock here, and I've been up since 6 a.m. waiting for storms. Okay, so again, on the Quebec side, we do have heavy precipitation southeast of low through Cantley with lightning. Wind does not look bad on this, and it's going to move through on the Quebec side through Masson-Angers, Orleans, might skirt into Rockland a bit, Navin, and then continue through Embrun, Castleman, Moose Creek, and then on to Cornwall is probably what's going to happen there. I'm just going to double check to make sure that it might be a little further east than that. I forgot that one is moving a little more eastward. So, but that's the last of it at this point with these storms going through the Ottawa area. So we'll continue to monitor a few things, and we'll come back to Ottawa and then continue with the Alberta side of things. So let's take a look here. 9:05 p.m. This is our latest scan. So I'm going to just start from the bottom and work my way up. Little Bean here, still west of Hannah or east of Three Hills. Insignificant. Storm by Eckville is dying off. There's no purple in it anymore. This sucker is dead over the next few scans. Right now, just a rainmaker, maybe a bit of lightning. So that is going to die off. And then our storm by the foothills is hanging on by a thread, but it's still hanging on. This is by Brazeau Reservoir, near the 620, but it's just been riding the foothills essentially. Still hail in this storm northeast of Drayton Valley. It's got an ugly shape to it. Doesn't look very organized at all. I'm just going to double check some social media posts while I'm waiting here. Yeah, things are definitely weakening on all these storms that I'm looking at in Alberta. So again, 624, there's some hail in here. The brighter pinks, you're going to be probably, this is by Tomahawk actually. So I figured out where Tomahawk is on the map, 759. And this would be basically, I would say loony sized hail or smaller, maybe a little bit larger than loony, but that's it out of this. Again, moving due east at this point, and then our one other storm here with a larger, broader hail core. This is going to be loony to maybe toony sized hail out of it, and it is moving due east as well. And then north of Whitecourt coming up to 32, a little bit of hail on this storm, grapes to loony sized at most. No lightning on that, but still decent precipitation in there. So you're going to get quite a bit of rain out of that to the north of Whitecourt. And that is it, folks. So that's good on that front. So we're making progress. Things are definitely unfolding reasonably well out here in Alberta. And again, I definitely think that all this smoke that I'm seeing on here is the culprit for that. I've never had a good, like storm-wise, smoke and storms do not mix. That's basically the bottom line. So tomorrow, that again will probably look very different for the outlook for tomorrow. So what else? Melissa, thanks for being here. I know you were saying you were leaving, so thanks again for helping out. PH saying it's very smoky where I am. I can see the other storm still, but lots of smoke and it's getting worse. And BPF asking how long till the tornado watch expires. It expires in 1 hour according to this. So they've got it. Where have they pushed? They've got two of them here. I'm just double checking here. Tornado watch. Yeah, expires in 1 hour. I'm just making sure that I'm seeing that right. So we are 9/11. So yeah, just around 10 o'clock, that'll be over with. Again, right now, things are on the downtrend for that BPF. I'm not seeing any dangerous storms. That could change, but right now things tend to be cycling downwards just based on what I'm seeing. So you can never guarantee anything, but if you go to bed, always make sure you have a way to get your warnings. If your cell phone is there, radio, different ways of getting your warnings, that's your best bet. But ideally, cell phone, if you do get a warning at night, just have an action plan ready to go and take it seriously, because things can happen outside of the box, outside of the time. That's kind of a general guideline for that. So definitely have a way to get your warnings. So yeah, bark is bigger than the bite. Thank you, Angie. I was struggling with that, so really appreciate it. So that's a good question, Ricard. Is it dangerous to sit by a window during lightning and thunder? The odds are very slim that something happens. I've heard some crazy stories about stuff, happening, but I personally don't think about it in terms of, I would sit by a window to watch lightning and thunder, but I would not be outside. That's definitely a different scenario. So. Anthony asking about some videos I've seen show little wind but a tornado far away in the clip. So is calm wind always or generally safe? Just curious. That confused me seeing that recently. So you can have very calm winds very close to a tornado. I've seen clips where a tornado is coming at a house, the flag on the pole is literally drooped down, and 30 seconds later it's ripping the flag off. So it's all relative to how strong the storm is, how strong the tornado is, where you are located in relation to the tornado, because there's an inflow area, then there's a rear flank downdraft, and those winds all travel in different directions. So that's a very, you can't just answer that question with calm winds, you're okay, because us as chasers, we try to stay in that region kind of where there are no winds, but as soon as you start getting smacked by RFD, you know you need to move. But that's just storm chasing. So again, there are areas around a tornado where there's very little wind, and then there's other areas where it's just inhaling it like a vacuum cleaner or blowing it out on the RFD. So that's more, without getting too technical, that's the easiest way I can answer that, hopefully. Oh my God, Danon, Canada, that's hilarious. I came on the channel a few hours ago and Tom's voice sent me out to a power nap. It was amazing. Thank you. I didn't realize I had that ability. So you're telling me I put people to sleep. That's awesome. Anyways, I guess I have a soothing voice. No, so let's be clear about this. Tornado warning is when the tornado is ongoing. You have a tornado watch. So a watch is like, here's how we're going to compare it. I did it a while back. You have tacos. We have a taco watch. A watch means your ingredients are on the counter. So that means that all your ingredients for a taco are on the counter. When a taco arrives at your plate with all the ingredients in it, that's when you have a taco warning. So that's the same idea here. Watch just means the possibility is there. Warning means the ingredients have come together, and you may have a tornado ongoing or a severe thunderstorm. The same thing applies. So just want to be clear, a warning is only when there's something ongoing. Watch is a heads up, hey, something might happen. So what else? Jay's Jr. plays. Do you think that with all this happening and smoke causing storm problems today, does that mean that tomorrow might be a lot worse since the air will be very unstable? No. So that's the thing with smoke. It kind of stabilizes things. It does not allow, it blocks the sun, and it doesn't allow the sun to destabilize things. So smoke for keeping storms from happening is a very good thing. Smoke is very efficient at doing that. Let's put it that way. So, whoa. Okay, well, so here I've heard crazy stories, and here's one of them. I've been hit by lightning inside my home. So that is definitely not common, but it obviously can happen. And I've heard those stories before. But again, I kind of go, if it's my time, it's my time. With watching lightning, because I just love watching storms. That's my thing. So anyways, okay, I'm gonna switch back to Ottawa for a second just to look in that area, just to update folks what is happening. So a lot of the storms have moved off south of Kempville. There's a lot of yellow and green, which is always good. That's on the light end of the scale. Through North Glengarry and Martintown, a little bit of heavy precip, but very narrow, moving quickly. And then we have storms coming from the Quebec side, so from St. Pierre to Wakefield, those reds and darker oranges are more heavy rain. Lightning looks to be still fairly intense on the Quebec side. On the Ontario side, a lot less of it, and we're seeing a lot less red, more of that moderate to light rain. And then we have our one storm here that is still kind of west of Carleton Place, moving through Perth, Smith Falls, and then southeast from there. Still a lot of lightning, very heavy rain on it, but the lightning and the thunder are going to be the biggest kind of thing that you need to deal with. So pretty solid right now. I'm just going to look at some little beans that are popping over here by Algonquin Park. Just want to see what those are doing. Those are not really going anywhere. They initiated, but just never really gained intensity, but I'll monitor those just to see if they're doing anything. So that's a very quick rundown of storms in Eastern Ontario. And again, they are, nothing to be concerned about. They're just going to shake, rattle, and roll, unfortunately. But the wind doesn't seem bad on any of them for the most part. And it's just a bunch of rain as well in certain storms. Sorry. Let's just take a look here. So everything to the south is dying off. That Hannah storm dead. Red Deer storm to the west dead. Let's just take a look here. Storm is still holding on the foothills here. Brazo Reservoir by 620. It's still got a little tiny bit of hail in it. And the storm northeast of Drayton Valley. Just looking at that. It does have bigger hail in it, so the updraft has definitely picked up on this. I'm just going to check some social media here quickly and take a look. Don't see anything too concerning, but hail with that purple, you're probably ping pong ball or smaller around the Tomahawk area, 759 and 624. Again, moving due east. Hail picking up on the storm back to the west. This is west of 753, southeast of Knighton Junction. And that does have some purple, but the hail core has shrunk on it in terms of the size of the hail core. So probably toonie sized or smaller in this possibly. And then let's take a look north. North is just heavy rain at this point. So things are looking pretty good for Alberta right now. And again, I think you can thank the smoke somewhat for that, just keeping things toned down. And it's becoming very obvious on satellite as we get towards dark. When the sun goes over, you can see the smoke much easier. And you'll look at this last scan and there's smoke in Saskatchewan, there's smoke in Alberta and BC. So I'm curious what that will look like tomorrow. Obviously, quite a bit of wildfire smoke happening today and coming into the Alberta and Saskatchewan areas out of BC area. So maybe some wildfires just took off there and causing issues. So that, like I said, is good for severe weather in terms of it keeps it down. So things are looking pretty good, folks. It's definitely improved over the last few hours. We're about 4 hours into this live stream. Anybody who donated today, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. If you became a member of the Sunshine Club, awesome. Thank you again for supporting us. Obviously, thank you to my moderators. And if you subscribe to the channel, thank you. We are just over a year old at this point, and this is what we're doing. Live streaming when there's severe weather events across Canada as much as we can. Again, we're a two-man show, so I think we've done probably 13 out of 17 days or something like that. It's been pretty busy, but that's what we're here for. So again, thank you for subscribing. Hopefully you turn on notifications so you do know when we go live. And we are also on our Facebook page. We stream on both Facebook and YouTube, just so you guys know, whichever platform you prefer. Is what is available right now. We will expand that out even further, but that's where we're at right now. So, okay, let me jump back into the comments. See if I can answer anything. So getting question about models for tomorrow. I'm not trusting models, Chris, right now because both areas, Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec dealing with smoke, and now Alberta, BC, and Saskatchewan dealing with smoke. So I'll have to look tomorrow morning to get an idea. I'm very distrusting of models in the first place, and then you put smoke into it and it just completely falls apart. So I don't have any good answers for you on that. There was potential for severe in Alberta again tomorrow. However, with the smoke making its way in, I'm thinking that's going to change drastically. So we'll have to see. What else? No wind here in Smith Falls, just light rain and a lot of thunder and lightning. And yes, so, you know, the bark is definitely bigger than the bite at this point on these storms. So Connor just typing nonstop lightning in Perth. I actually have a camera in Perth, so let me see if I can pull that up while we're at it, because I know, oh, device is offline. Rick, your camera's offline. Give me a sec here. Okay, so we'll swing back to, again, Eastern Ontario. I'll update you folks on that, but things look to be doing well, and we're kind of winding down at this point. So that is good news for everybody involved. Right now, through Perth and Smith Falls, just a big rainmaker, lots of lightning associated, as we just had reported. Again, dropping kind of southeast, so that is going to go through Jasper, Toledo, North Augusta, Greenbush, Addison, Algonquin, and then through probably Brockville to Prescott area, roughly. Storm south of Kempville is basically dying off here, kind of north of Spencerville. Moderate, heavy, kind of moderate. Oh, there you go. There's the next scan. It's flying now. It's through Spencerville. This is moderate to light rain, essentially with a few lightning bolts. Castleman storm. The only area that we've got really any heavy precipitation is just west of St. Isidore. A little bit of lightning on that, but that is just a regular thunderstorm, folks. And let's just take a look at Buckingham. We do have heavy rain through Buckingham right now, lightning. I'm going to take a look at wind. Wind isn't strong, and there's 2 pixels of pink, so there may be like pea-sized hail in that, maybe slightly bigger. And again, this looks to be following the Ottawa River at this time. It may have turned a little bit, so we'll watch that, but dropping southeast, and it's going to scream through the rest of Eastern Ontario. These are moving very quickly at this point. So again, they're just very loud storms with heavy rain, but no major wind in them. So that is the good news there on those storms. So let's just take a look here. Switch back to our radar in Edmonton. This looks like our latest scan. So yeah, storms to the south have died west of Red Deer. That storm is non-existent. Still got our little sucker storm sitting here by Brazeau Reservoir, just hanging on, not doing its thing. Still got a bit of hail on it. Hail core has subsided on the Tomahawk storm. It's broken up a little bit, so maybe cycling down at this point. We'll see if that's the case. And then I would say probably loony-sized or smaller hail. Bigger hail core here back to the west of 753 and south of 16. That is going to be loony sized to toony sized with some brighter pinks in here. So continuing to move eastward as well. And the White Court storm to the north is just a heavy rainmaker up to Swan Hills along there. And that is all out there. So the rest is just very isolated. So 3 areas of hail, that's all we're dealing with. Our tornado watch expires in 33 minutes, folks, so we should be kind of getting to the end of this on all fronts, which is great. PH, thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a great night as well. I'm glad that you'll subscribe. Also appreciate that very much. We are almost at 20,000, so that's our next goal. I think we're almost at 19,000. Yeah, we're just shy of 19,000 right now, which is great. And we're trying to get to that 20,000 mark. So again, thank you everybody who subscribed, donated, or became a member of the Sunshine Club. So helps us out a lot, and we plan on growing this out and doing things even better. So Rick sending more light show, so bear with me for a second. Woof. Okay, I'm going to share that, Rick. This is from Rick. They're chasing these storms in Eastern Ontario, so let me pull this up for a moment. Hopefully there's no obscenities in here, guys. Anyways, I'm sure you people have heard worse, so let me share that. This is from Connor and Rick from our channel, so give me 1 second here. Actually, wrong one. So nice lightning strike there. That's at least they got something out of today. So thanks, Rick, for sharing that. What else have we got here? Just read. Oh, well, I'll read that later. Anyways, okay. I just heard a beep too. I don't know. Somebody may have subscribed to the Sunshine Club. If I missed it, I'm sorry. I was distracted there for a second. So, Glenna, thank you very much for the 50 stars. Really appreciate the support. A lot of people will sleep well tonight. Thanks to you, Tom. I appreciate that, Kevin. I'm glad that people can sleep better when they know they don't have to worry. That's the biggest thing. So definitely what motivates us here at the channel is just getting people the right information and not freaking them out. So Snoop asking if Ottawa's getting more storms tonight. There is one that's kind of to the east of it, but after that, it does not look like there'll be more storms. So it looks pretty good for Ottawa area and Eastern Ontario. That not a lot of storms are possible tonight. So. Zone 3 thriving, asking about Regina. So let me just take a look down here. Whoops, don't need to tilt it, but I'm trying to find my radar in the US. Well, there's some stuff in Montana. Let's see how this is going to track. It's another slow mover. I mean, the intense part may not make it up to the border. I mean, you can see how slowly this is moving. This will take hours and hours to get to the border. So let's take a look. I'll tell you distance-wise, just rather than guessing. Right now, from the border, it is the main part. Again, Glenna, thank you very much. 300 kilometers away. And let's be optimistic, it's moving at 30 kilometers an hour, which I don't even think it's doing that. That's 10 hours. So overnight, I don't think you're going to see anything, and it probably going to slowly die off as it moves northward. But we'll have to see what the case is there. There is a lot of lightning on it. I'm just going to look at my weather data out in front of it, or my weather stations out in front of it. Definitely much cooler in Saskatchewan, especially down by the border, 21 degrees. Where this storm is currently sitting, it's like 28, 33 degrees. That's why you're seeing this intensity on this storm, because it's feeding off those warmer temps. As this moves northeast, it's going to lose a little bit of that. So again, moving very slowly. So I would be, and that's to the border. That's not even to Regina. So I think you're pretty safe as far as that's concerned for tonight. Okay, let me swing back up here and we'll take a look and we'll see when their next scan is, and I'll do another rotation around. Storm still back here by Brazo Reservoir. That bad boy's not going to give up. Nor is the storm by Tomahawk. Still got a hail core on it, moving very slowly. That is just going to be a little bit of a hailer with heavy precip. This overland flooding again with this is going to be the concern, just because of how much it's dumping and moving so slowly. And then again, south of 16, southeast of Knighton Junction, larger, broader hail core in this. And that is going to be probably loony to toony sized hail out of that. So just those three areas, and heavy rain to the north of Whitecourt. That's where we're at right now. And I'm not seeing anything else super concerning in the south. Let's just take a look through Saskatchewan. Some minor showers, like barely anything. Gonna look through Foxwarren. Yeah, we're looking pretty solid across the rest of the prairies. Not much going on there. And then we're just looking at the Ottawa area. Does look like Perth to Smith Falls to Merrickville. This storm definitely has a lot of lightning packed into it. Heavy rain with some stronger outflow winds on this. So a little windy out in front of it. And this is dropping, I believe, just southeast towards Let's just take a look here. It's going to go between Brockville. It'll probably catch Brockville to Prescott area as this goes towards the 401 corridor. Should be out of Canada in about 30 to 45 minutes roughly. All the rest of the storms are crossing the 401 corridor. Have a little bit here by Dunvegan, St. Isidore, moderate heavy rain. Not as much lightning on it, so that is good. It is subsiding off, so this is very light showers with yellows and greens and blues. The last of the heavy precip along the Ottawa River is through Thurso, Rockland area with a bit of lightning on that. Winds do not look too bad, and that's going to drop southeast and slowly continue to weaken. So Eastern Ontario, this is bright reds. That's easy, and orange to the spot where we have that heavy rain. I do have a camera out there, so bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. See if we've got it's out on a lake, so it may be too dark, but it might actually be good for lightning. If it'll load, but it's giving me a hard time here, maybe. Nope, that one doesn't want to come up, so they may. Oh, it shows. Well, I've got a few cameras offline. Carleton Place looks like it's lost power. Cumberland. Perth is offline. Smith Falls is offline. Let me see here. I'll turn on all my locations and we'll see where I've got all my cameras. So these are all our weather cams, the little dots, white dots there with the name for them. So the Smith Falls camera is down right now. Maybe there's a power outage in that area because of all the lightning that has happened. Heading down towards, again, Brockville, Prescott, that's going to be the last of the big storms. And then we have moderate light rain to the east of Ottawa, except for the over the Ottawa River near Thurso. And that would be it. So let me switch back all the way to Alberta. And let's see what's happening here. Yeah, I'm going to monitor something here. Okay. Yeah, not seeing anything on social media that's concerning for any of these storms. We are 9:29 p.m. on the last scan. We're 1 minute out from our next one. Every 8 minutes is when we get them. So we'll see what's going on there. So crazy in Jasper right now from Sarah. Yeah, it's just a lot of lightning and thunder, but hopefully the winds are not too bad. They didn't look like it. So it's going to be just a very loud storm, but overall isn't dangerous in that regards. Lightning is always dangerous, but in terms of strong winds or hail or anything like that, you shouldn't see that. So Donna, you're welcome. Happy to do that, keeping you guys all informed. Okay. Colden just saying I'm outside of Smith Falls and Mott's Mills, and my power has gone off 5 times in the last 15 minutes. So that's probably what's going on with my Smith Falls camera, just a power issue. So, what else? Dana, thanks for stopping in. Glad you could chat with us and hang out. Happy to do the commentary and give you guys the breakdown on the weather. So always good to see everybody stopping in here. Mary Lou Ferguson asking weather for Creston, BC. Let me just take a look. Oh, I said BC, not BA. Right now, let me just take a look at the US radar. There's nothing going on down there. You've got clear skies as far as weather. I think you may have smoke issues down that way. I was watching some of the satellite imagery. So you may be dealing with smoke from wildfires tomorrow and onward, because it looks like there was a lot of smoke on our satellite imagery that you're seeing right above me there. So, and dark is starting to approach in Alberta, so that will also weaken the storms, hopefully, and then we should be good on that front. So right now, tornado warning. See, I make the mistake. Tornado watch is expiring in 21 minutes from now. So how Smith Falls looking? We're getting a wicked downpour and lightning storm from Sebastian, and again, it's a very loud storm, lots of precip and lightning, but it is not a dangerous storm from the perspective of large hail, heavy winds, that kind of stuff. It's actually pretty decent. It's just very loud with a lot of lightning, obviously. So. Okay, what else have we got here? Can I check out Soray? Well, let me see if I can figure out where that is. If you guys want me to look something up, please give me what province it is, because then I end up with this and I don't know where it is. Is that Sorel or Soray? Soreil. Yeah, see, I don't have that anywhere on my software. So I'm just looking here. I think it's Scrimp. Can you just let me know where that is, or something a little bigger, closer to it? I just need a province because I can't find it, and I don't know where it is. So I'll answer your question if I can. I just need a little more narrowed down anyways. So getting some strong wind gusts in Smith Falls right now, Eastern Ontario. I'll take a look at that. And then I've got another comment here from Josh that living in in Edmonton, dark clouds, but right now the storms are all to the west at this point. So those are going to be the anvils, which is where the updrafts come from. Those will come drift northeast. So that's what's coming over Edmonton, but you don't need to be too concerned about it at this point. Again, they're just 3 very small storms at this point. So, let me take a look in here, just getting a question. There's broad rotation area in here on the storm by Knighton Junction. I don't see anything too concerning. We are reading higher up in the storm. We're about 3,700 feet, so we're losing. We're about 1 kilometer and change above the surface. Generally, radar is blind during the last kilometer and lower, and that's why it's great to have storm spotters, because they give you a view right from underneath at that point. So, what else? Yeah, it's definitely dark out there in Edmonton because of the anvils. So let me go take a look at the winds at the Smith Falls storm. I just want to make sure there's nothing happening that I need to point out. Let's take a look at wind velocities. So there is some outflow here, folks, pushing out through Athens. Let me just double check this. Yeah, this is outflow on the storm. So it's pushing out from the storm. So where you see these flesh tone colors, folks, let me flip over. You can see my mouse. I'll highlight it. I'll draw it out. So this is where the strong winds are right now on radar, and if I flip over, there's no storm over it, so that's how you know it's kind of outflow from the storm itself. But those winds right now are picking up in that small little area. They're 120 kilometers an hour, but that's above the surface. So this is coming down into Athens. It's going to be about 100-kilometer winds, so those are starting to be damaging winds, possibly on this storm. And there you go. It's already at Athens on the latest scan, and it'll be heading down to Brockville. But the field did shrink a little bit, still showing probably close to 90 to 100 kilometers an hour between Addison and Athens. So that is one small pocket of stronger winds. Right now, south of Easton's Corners, southeast of Jasper, above the surface 80, so maybe on the surface around 70 kilometers an hour. Heavy rain embedded in that, and it again is moving towards Brockville, Prescott area, and will cross over the St. Lawrence Seaway into upstate New York. A little bit of heavier precip around the Osgood, Manotick area. So a little bit of a pop-up storm there, and then Alexandria area, moderate to light rain out of that storm, and east of Ottawa by Plantagenet, east of Rockland, that is moderate to light rain, so that is dying off somewhat. And we have a little storm right now north of Barry's Bay trying to get itself organized here. Let's just take a look from the other radar. So this is a small little thunderstorm. Let's see what it's doing. And it's dropping southeast at this point. So that's just one little storm continuing through the area at this point, non-severe. And again, most of the stuff in Eastern Ontario has moved out other than the one storm that is right around the Smith Falls and southeast of there. But it is moving quickly and should be out of the region within a reasonable amount of time. Let's take a look here. Hail core has dropped on the Tomahawk storm. We're down to about 3 or 4 pixels, so that's going to be pea-sized hail or smaller on that. Storm by 7:53 southeast of Mackay, or McKay. That'll be McKay. Southeast of McKay. A little bit of hail on there. Brighter pinks, so I'm going to say loony sized or smaller on that, continuing to move eastward. And then our little bean here by Brazeau Reservoir, and what was that, 620 roughly, the highway, still showing hail stuck to the foothills. So that's the last 3 games in town on the Alberta side, and definitely dying off, like I said. So that's all good news at this point. So we'll see what happens here. PH asking about Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. I don't think there's anything on the Quebec side. Let me just double check. Yeah, there's nothing on the Quebec side that's of any concern for weather. These storms will cross over into that area a little bit, but these are, again, as non-severe thunderstorms. This Alexandria storm, I don't believe, is even severe warned. There's a watch and an air quality warning, but that's it. So most of it's weakening off. Again, the only storm that is packing a punch right now is south of Smith Falls, stretching to Brockville and Prescott. That is the last of the really intense lightning and precipitation on that. So we are good on that regards, folks. And then I'll switch over to Alberta, and we'll monitor these 3 little storms, and then we'll probably be good there. With a tornado watch is ready to expire pretty soon as well. So what else? Yeah, definitely getting comments about this one storm that's, again, southeast of Smith Falls. It's very heavy rainfall. That is the strongest storm at this point. Lots of lightning, and there is some outflow on the southwest corner of it where there's some stronger winds. That is the only concerning area that I highlighted for that storm for winds. And we'll be crossing over the St. Lawrence there pretty soon. So hopefully we'll be out of the area, and it won't be a problem for people anymore. So I'm just going to take a look at that. Okay, so far today has unfolded far better than we were expecting, especially Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, even into New Brunswick, actually. We were expecting some storms, and then out here, out west is also doing better. We had that one tornado-warned storm. Hopefully it didn't do damage or get, it was just over open land, but we'll go from there. No. Really? Ping pong ball sized hail in this storm? Boy, that would have had to been back. Give me a sec here. Sorry to hear that the hood took a bit of a beating. Right here would have been where I would think at 917 there was purple in there. That over 759. I could see ping pong ball in that, but after that, it's east of 759. It hasn't been exhibiting anything really strong in terms of hail, so I'm guessing that's where it was. Either way, I know you don't care because your car got damaged, so that's no fun. I've been there, done that, but I'm a storm chaser, so. Dragonfly, appreciate the comment. Your channel is awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate that. And again, if you did subscribe, hit the notification button because we are going to, if we have severe weather tomorrow, we will be live again covering that. So keep coming back. We'll still be here. Okay, so right now, like I said, we have 3 little hail cores. That's what we're dealing with. Right now over 753, this is going to be loony sized hail or smaller right southeast of McKay. The Tomahawk storm picked up a little bit of a hail core again, so that is continuing to increase at this time. And we're going to talk about toonie or less for hail on that. There are some brighter pinks in there. And then our storm, again by Brazeau Reservoir, just continues to have some pink hail in there, or pink coloration for hail, I should say. This will be loony to toonie sized roughly based on that. So great question. You can go to cwlstore.ca. I'll show you that. We do have a merch store. You can go right here and just below me, there's our merch store, CWL, so Canadian Weather Live, so store.ca. We kept it as short as possible. And again, we have shirts, tank tops, mugs, stickers, all sorts of stuff on there. So you can pick yourself up. We have a bunch of different designs on there. So if you're looking for anything, definitely that's the great way. Thank you very much, Veronica, for putting the link in the chat. So that's also in there, Benjamin. Yeah, definitely check it out. Let us know what you think. And if you have any questions, you can reach us by email anytime as well. So, Joel Fisher asking where I think I'll be live streaming tomorrow. There was definitely an opportunity out here in Alberta tomorrow, but I'm skeptical of it at this point because of all the smoke that I'm seeing on my satellite imagery. That stuff messes with weather for any kind of storms, and you can see it as it's getting dark here. That haze just starts to fill in, and you can see in the bottom left corner in BC, you can see those plumes from the fires down there. There's several fires ongoing. So again, I think this was definitely an opportunity. There was also one in Southwest Ontario tomorrow. However, I'm also skeptical of that one for the sheer fact that some smoke made it down there, but also models didn't seem to agree that there were going to be storms there. So I'll look at them in the morning, and then we will put up on our Facebook page outlooks. And if we're going to go live streaming, we will put that on there as well. So it's great to follow us on Facebook as well, just for the text side of thing where we post, information and graphics. So. I don't think there's anything, and my brain is drawing a blank here, Maria. I do not believe there's anything for Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec tomorrow. I don't think the outlooks have updated here, so bear with me. I have to look at models first, but let me shut this off. Kill radar. That is for tomorrow. Wednesday, there's some severe weather potential. Tomorrow, actually, this is overnight, 1 a.m. to 1 p.m. right along that border. And that's a question if those storms out of Montana come up that way. That's for overnight. And then here, this is the same thing. They're talking about storms overnight in this area, northwest or northeast of Edmonton. And but with the smoke, I'm a little skeptical of that as well. This looks like that's today's that just didn't update, and there's day 3, which also hasn't updated. This was the storms in southwest Ontario tomorrow, but I'm skeptical on those at this point. So, like I said, we will put outlooks up on our page on Facebook, and then we'll be able to get you guys a little more accuracy in that regard. So, last big storm left here in eastern Ontario, south of, where are we? South of Jasper. So it's just finished going through Jasper, crossing into Brockville, Maitland, Prescott, even into Johnstown, and then along the 416 there. Let's take a look at our winds in this. There is one spot of straight line winds in North Augusta that's picking up. So this is 96 kilometers an hour above the surface. So just below 85 kilometers an hour or less. So getting windy along Highway 15 and near, or County Road 15, I should say, probably, and heading down towards Algonquin and then Maitland, but that is some straight line winds. And also here by Athens, dropping southeast through Mallorytown, some strong winds in that area as well, continuing to drop southeast. So this is the last of the severe aspect of it, and moving across the St. Lawrence Seaway there shortly. So yeah, in the next couple of scans, I think probably 15 to 25 minutes, and this is gone out of Ontario and into upstate New York. The rest of the storms behind this to the northeast are non-severe at this point. There's barely any lightning on them. And then we have our one little storm sitting by Barry's Bay that's throwing a lot of lightning at this point, but still non-severe at this point. So that's what's going on in eastern Ontario. So we're looking pretty decent, folks. Let me zoom back in here. We just got our latest scan out in Alberta. They're continuing to update the severe warning here for our little bean out by the foothills, just saying they're tracking a storm capable of producing strong, damaging wind, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. And we're still showing that little hail core just hanging out, but with lots of lightning. And then let me take a Tomahawk. East of Tomahawk, there's still a little bit of hail in that. That's going to be kind of grapes to loony at most. Heavy rainfall with it. Lightning seems to be subsiding. There still is some on it, but that is also possibly weakening, and we're just getting to dark here. So these, I'm going to suspect, are going to start dying off. Hail core has shrunk on our storm south of Highway 16. And that is, just give me a sec here, southeast of McKay on Highway 16. That's got a heavy downpour in it, but the hail core shrinking. And right now, I would say you're probably grapes to loony size hail in that at this point. And then north is just a whole pile of rain here by Swan Hills. And Edmonton's still in the clear. Nothing has even really made it into there. I don't expect much to get to Edmonton, maybe a little bit of rain, that kind of stuff. So what else have we got here? Rob, no problem. Have a good evening too. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you guys checking us out as always. Yeah, the ground must be white by Tomahawk. It definitely, all of these ones moving very slowly, I would think, are going to be producing quite a bit of hail. And that heavy precip just sitting over the same area, that overland flooding kind of idea. So, okay, Andrew, thanks again, Tom. Heavy rain just ended a few minutes ago south of Merrickville, packing it in here now. Thanks for stopping in, Andrew. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good evening. So, and also just hearing from Valerie that hail and heavy rain has made it down to the Brockville area. That's eastern Ontario. So we are, let me go back to that area and see what the latest scan shows on that. We probably were looking at the latest scan before I left, but part of the storm is over the 401 corridor, now stretching into upstate New York. And again, I expect this in the next 2 to 3 scans to be it's going to be out of the country at this point. So, Veronica, I can't bring that camera up. I'm having technical issues with it. I'm actually talking to tech support on that one. I can see it on the app, but I can't see it on the browser. So, I'm working on that one. Unfortunately, we have a Johnstown camera. Right now, I cannot access it. Let me see if I can try. Why not? I've been fighting with it all day, but we'll see if I can try it one last time. But I'm not holding my breath because we have an elevated camera there. Let's take a look here. Bear with me for 1 second. I'll see if I can get it up. And what? So many double authentication things. Prove you're a human. Prove that you've got access to this. Oh my God. 3 levels. Okay, while that's doing, I'll get back to this. We'll see if it'll come up and play. But like I said, it's been fighting me all day. A little bit of rain by Winchester, but again, non-severe. This is east of Kempville. Heavy rain, not a ton of lightning on that. Russell Embrum, a little bit of moderate heavy rain, not a ton of lightning again. And the rest of it is moving east out of here along the Ontario Quebec border. So, and then our one little bean up by Barry's Bay continues to be a heavy rainmaker. Lots of lightning on this one. Let's just take a look here. So again, our last big storm right down here by the 401 corridor between Brockville and Prescott or Johnstown. Camera won't come up, Veronica, so sorry. I'm going to have to work on that tomorrow. Barry's Bay, that storm, definitely heavy precipitation and lots of lightning in it in the eastern Ontario area. So let me swing back out to Alberta. And then tornado watch has expired, folks. So we are, the tornado watch is gone. Here is our latest scan. Brazo Reservoir, still a few pixels of pink. Probably pea-sized to grape-sized hail in that as well. Hail east of Tomahawk, right now 3 or 4 pixels. I would say that's probably pea-sized hail. And the storm south of Highway 16, which is southeast of McKay, that hail core is condensed now, much smaller. This is going to be loony or smaller at this point, and that's it. So things are downtrending, folks. And it's definitely looking good for everything that we're seeing here. The storms are weakening. They don't have any kind of dangerous looks to them. So I'll stick with this for a little bit longer. And after that, we'll probably end up pulling the stream. The severe watch is out for another 2 hours. So the thin yellow line box is where your watch is. That's good for another 2 hours. So that's carried to midnight. But the good news is the tornado watch is over and done with. And we just have 3 little storms that are just hailers at this point with heavy rain. So nothing concerning in that area. So people can definitely sleep a little easier in the Edmonton area. And then we're just waiting for this one storm to move out of Ontario, and it's almost there at this point. That's 9:15. Oh, so this is midnight here in Eastern Ontario because the clock is set to Alberta time because that's where we were concentrating on our severe coverage for this stream. Originally, we were going to start in Ontario and Quebec and then work our way over to Alberta, but This is the excuse me, last of it. Lots of lightning on this. The winds in right now in Blue Church area. There are some strong winds, and these are straight line winds, folks. So at the surface, they're probably 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. So where you see those kind of flesh tone colors, that's blowing through across the seaway, and a little bit here by Woodridge, southwest of Brockville. Windy on that side of the storm there, a little bit outflow in that regards. What else have we got going on here? So that's basically it at this point. We should see a new scan here in about 4 minutes, so I'll keep an eye on it. And then I'll have to keep fighting with my camera there, which doesn't want to play nice with me. What else have we got going on here? So I got a question here. Wait a minute. I saw something. Do we do streams in the winter for blizzards? We've been doing winter coverage here in Eastern Ontario. Now that we've expanded the platform, if we do have chasers, we currently have 7 people streaming for us across Canada. I've got Braden right now doesn't stream, but he posts, and we were allowed to share his stuff on our platform. In Saskatchewan, we have Curtis streaming for us. Who else? I'm gonna where's my list? Bear with me. So yeah, Curtis is in Saskatchewan, Braden out in Alberta. In Manitoba, we have Shannon and Jordan. Eastern Ontario, we got Rick, Connor, and Andrew. And then in Quebec, we have Mark. So those are all our streamers right now. And so when we can, we do get live feeds for those folks. And so we will, if there's stuff that people are doing, we will, see if they want to stream that kind of thing. But we did over winter last year. We did do coverage for winter storms, just where the bigger impacts were going to be. And we concentrated around Ottawa, road conditions, obviously people commuting, that kind of thing. So we're going to have to come up with something a little different for our winter platform for this winter. But that's in the works. So stay tuned, and we'll update you guys. Okay, let me move back to Alberta. Let's do this a lot quicker. So what have I got here? Oh, Dragonfly, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that and the support. So let's take a look here. So we've got some minor rotation on our storm down here by the Brazo Reservoir. Nothing too exciting there. Just had a little bit more thunder and lightning at my house. Broad rotation on that storm by Tomahawk. And broad rotation on this storm here by, what is this, south of McKay, southeast of McKay, I should say. So right now, no velocities that are concerning at this point. We'll see whether that changes, but at this point, things are definitely looking very good. So where is the Barry's Bay storm headed in Eastern Ontario? I will jump on that in a second. I'm going to wait for a couple scans here, for a couple minutes here, Maria, and just I'll switch over. I'm waiting for our new update on the Alberta radar. So we are about 1 minute out, and I think I just saw it jump on, so we're actually not 1 minute out anymore. Tomahawk storm's losing most of its hail. There's only one pink pixel, so that is going to be pea-sized hail at most. The storm by 753 or southeast of McKay. Hail core is breaking up on that and weakening consistently over the last number of scans. And then our little storm here out by the reservoir just keeps doing its thing. There's a bit larger hail in that, but it's not really moving very quickly. It's just hugging the hills at this point. So that's the story out there. So definitely on the downswing for everything there. The Barry's Bay storm, let me pull up Franktown radar. Let's just see, and it's just moving southeast at this point. So tracking from there, it will go through, looks like Balaclava, maybe Calabogie. Let me just see further southeast. probably through Highway 11 between Lanark and Carlton Place, Franktown. But that's if it survives. It looks like it's changing shape here. So we'll see what's going to go on there, but it's just going to drag southeast, following where that big strong storm just went through. So there could be another thunderstorm moving through, but this right now is non-severe, so they're not warning this one yet at this point. So what else? Oh, Mariah. Thank you. Sorry, I was saying it Maria, but good to know. Okay. What else have we got going on? So we are midnight, just after midnight in Eastern Ontario, just after 10 p.m. Alberta time. And we can see our satellite imagery is essentially going to dark here. And that's why we've got all that smoke and we've got nighttime coming in. So these storms are dying off for exactly that reason. And we're looking pretty good right now, folks. Honestly, feeling very comfortable with where things are at right now. So I'm going to just switch that up and then check a couple of things. And then we will watch. I'm going to wait for that one storm to make it out of Eastern Ontario and go from there. Okay. 10:05. We need another 4 minutes for our next scan, but Edmonton, like I said, looking pretty good. You may get some showers overnight if these slowly drift over there, but they are, again, very slow at this point and weakening as they do so. The only storm really sustaining is on the foothills, and that's kind of how they do it. Once they move off the foothills, they tend to kind of weaken and die off. So we'll see that one. I'm not going to hang out all night to tell you that little hailer is there, but we'll keep you guys appraised of what's going on as much as possible. So Slave Lake, oof, that is up there. Curious whether we have. Yeah, we have radar up there. So radar starts to, it's kind of far from it. We are reading, let me just see here how far from the radar. Yeah, we're at 4 kilometers above the surface. So there's still going to be a bunch more rain moving up into Slave Lake right now. You can see it kind of drifting through there. So there's definitely some more rain for you tonight throughout the night, but it just looks like rain, no lightning on it. So that's the good news up there. And I believe that was Sarah jumping in the chat there. So how long till the storm gets to Edmonton? At this point, it's going to take it all night, because I'll tell you right now, let's use downtown Edmonton. It is 63 kilometers away, and I think it's only moving at 20 kilometers an hour. So that's at least 3 hours till it gets into Edmonton, and it is dying as it's doing so. So it's definitely weakening as it's getting in that direction. So again, probably 3 hours till it's in Edmonton, and that's if it survives that long. So hopefully that helps you out. So we got here pretty solid. Okay, we're doing pretty well. So no problem. I'm happy to answer the questions if I can. Still calm in Spruce Grove and understand the tornado warning has lifted. Just join your membership. Thank you. Again, thank you, Dragonfly. And yes, the tornado warning or watch, sorry, is over, and all of these storms are on the down trend in terms of intensity. So things are definitely looking good. Yeah, again, this storm is very small. If we look at the storm that went through Edmonton a couple days back, we had two of them. They were the size of Edmonton or larger. Actually, they were bigger than Edmonton for the most part. This is a tiny little storm that wouldn't even be half the size of Edmonton. And again, does look like, yeah, it's continuing to weaken here. So you're seeing a lot more yellow, a lot more orange than you are red. And that's an indicator that things are dying off. Same with our storm by 7:53. The hail is almost gone out of that storm. And our little storm that could out here by Brazeau Reservoir still has some hail on it. So we are looking pretty good, folks. And I'm going to check on Eastern Ontario and just see what's going on there. So the bulk of that storm has moved off into upstate New York. So this is crossed through at Ogdensburg, Prescott, Maitland, Brockville area. There are obviously some thunderstorms or heavy rainstorms still left, moving through the area, and they may pop up through the night, but for the most part, non-severe. Raining through the Morrisburg area, Avonmore, Long Sault. A little bit of a storm up by Navan, and then our Barry's Bay storm just moving southeast. That's the one that's got lots of lightning on it, so that's going to be a bit of a thunder boomer as it comes through. Let me just take a look at winds on it. A bit of wind in it, but overall not too bad. But this is going to move, again, I'm going to guess through Smith Falls, Athens, Prescott, Ogdensburg area. It should stay kind of on that same path. I'm just watching its trajectory. So it'll come between Smith Falls and Kempville area, kind of to the west, I think. If it's, again, that stays on its trajectory and path. It is moving fairly quick. And right now, again, non-severe thunderstorms, so it's just going to be loud and rainy, essentially, obviously, with a lot of flashy going on with the lightning. So, okay. Question about how long did that tornado by Drumheller last for? So I can't tell you exactly because we don't have a time when it lifted. Based on averages, most tornadoes, 90% of tornadoes are on the ground for 2 minutes or less. I did see two scans where it looked like it was rotating, which is about 8 minutes apart. So an estimate 10 minutes or less. But again, that's just a guesstimate, to be fair and honest on that, till somebody does an assessment. NTP, Northern Tornadoes Project, will probably get information on that and then do an assessment, and they'll be able to tell you how long it was on the ground, that kind of thing. But I would suspect 10 minutes or less, roughly on that. Yeah, definitely everything is dying off at this point. That is for sure. 10:11, so we're about 4 minutes in. I'm probably going to wait for one more scan here, folks, just to look at our Alberta storms, but we are, again, this is the one that's closest to Edmonton is weakening out at this point. Obviously, have a way to get your warnings overnight, just in case. Keep your cell phone. If you do get something as a warning, take it seriously. Have an action plan in place. This would be more than likely only for a severe thunderstorm. However, you never know what's going to happen with weather, so just always be prepared. And the severe thunderstorm watch currently ends in about 2 hours. So I think midnight is when it ends Alberta time. So that's what we've got going on there. And same thing in Ontario. I don't, let me just double check when these watches end. Thunderstorm watch ends in 1 hour. So the severe thunderstorm watch is around Ottawa. In an hour or less, they expire. So again, once you go to bed, I think the Barry's Bay storm here in Eastern Ontario is the last player in town. That does have lightning and heavy rain on it, moving southeast. And then the rest of these storms that you see on our screen here around the Eastern Ontario area, moving southeast and coming, over the border there soon in the next half an hour or so. So things are definitely on the good side of the severe component and looking much better than they were earlier today when we were looking to go on. So what do we got here? So 10:11, we're about 2 minutes out here, folks, and we'll see where things are. Okay. Rory, that's hilarious. Don't worry, frost warnings are coming in a bit. Get your windshield scrapers out of the shed. Love it. You Mac me, thank you very much for donating 5 memberships to the Sunshine Club. So thanks for that. Appreciate it. There's no tornado. Everything is done and over with. Everything's dying at this point. Tornado watch has expired probably about 20 minutes ago, so no tornadoes as far as that's concerned. So we're good. Everything is looking really good, folks. Everything is downtrending, and here it is. So let me look at this, and then we'll probably pull the plug here. So storm by Tomahawk, maybe tiny amount of hail, but it's looking like it's falling apart. Storm by 753 southeast of McKay, no more hail indicated on that. The storm by Brazo Reservoir is just going to keep doing its thing, drifting southeast. I'll show you what direction that's headed in. It's on the foothills, so actually it's moving east now. Sorry, I'm wrong. It came off the foothills a little bit and it's moved east. And so that is just going to continue a little bit of hail in there, but that is also weakening. And then let's go back to Eastern Ontario. And let me just check this storm. This does look like it's lost a little bit of that dark red. Yes, so it's showing it's still a strong storm in terms of precipitation and lightning, but it may be that it's starting to slowly weaken and continue off. So again, storms along the 401 corridor by Johnstown, Morrisburg, over to Cornwall, heavy rain with a little bit of lightning going through Long Sault and Cornwall. These are non-severe storms, so nothing to be concerned about. And same thing with the storms about Limoges and Castleman. That is moderate to light rain at this point. Barry's Bay is the last big lightning producer, as you can see when I zoom into that. So that's west of Renfrew, and so that will track down towards Smith Falls, probably between Kempville and Smith Falls, down towards the 401 corridor if it does sustain. So anyways, what was I going to say? That's, I guess, basically it at this point, unless there's any serious questions. I'm going to pull the stream at this point. If there's anything you need or want to ask of me, please fire away. I see this comment here, and I bet you this is something to do with another weather platform saying it was supposed to rain at 10. The problem is these are all predictions, and they're not always accurate. So that's why what we do is live from the radar. We are not predicting anything. We are showing you exactly what's going on as it's going on. So some platforms put out these futurecast radars. Those are simply models trying to predict the future. So yeah, definitely. Danan, thank you very much. Have a wonderful night as well. Angie, same to you. And those futurecast radars, again, just going back to that, it's one model. When we do our forecasting, we're looking at 5 separate models because they all interpret things a little differently. So that's what you have to keep in mind when you're looking at those platforms. And again, it's just a prediction at that point. So Rory, have a good night. Good to hang out. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Great comment with the frost warnings. That definitely got a chuckle out of me. Digital Jeremy, thank you again as well. So again, if you guys want our Facebook page, that's where we update things before we do go live. That's a good place to subscribe to. We put our outlooks out there, forecasts, all that kind of stuff. We do video forecasts on our YouTube channel as well. But that's a good place to see if we're going to be going live or anything like that. So I hope everybody has a good night. Eastern Ontario, still a few storms to go through, but again, mostly non-severe, so nothing crazy or dangerous. And I hope people can sleep. And out west in Alberta, the danger has definitely subsided drastically, but still always at night have a way to get your warnings in case. I always keep my phone by the bed. It's a great way of doing it. So again, thank you everybody for subscribing. Thanks for the donations. I appreciate everybody who became a member of the Sunshine Club. And we will catch you guys on the next one. And again, sleep well. Have a good night. Talk to you guys soon.